We don't have quorum.
So you're going to make it now?
Well, it's going to make it
now and suspend the rules?
Well, they want to make it now before it's quorum.
Well, let's get the people back here.
Right, but if we do it now before we do national delegate selection, we'll have quorum. If we wait until after, we may not, and then we have to wait 2 years to change the constitution. No.
No, exactly. What I'm going to say is, when we have a constitution followed, and given the case in which like we still have presidential electors and state electors, national delegates, special consideration of platform.
Special consideration, presidential electors.
I think we should roll.
Okay, we got to resume our seats. We got business to attend to. Please come on in. Encourage your friends and fellow delegates to come on in, please. And I would request that the chair of the Platform Commission come forward because there's some doubt as to where the resolutions are supposed to be going to, the completed resolution ballots. So if I could have a representative of the Platform Commission come forward and clear that point up, just telling me and I'll tell the audience. But let's go. Let's get back in and get moving. We got business to attend to. We're going to reconvene in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So if you know where people are, go out there and tell them we got to get back in 5 minutes. The ballots, once you've completed your balloting on the platform, go back to a box to my right in the rear of the auditorium. I just had a report from Platform Commission. The ballots go back to a box on the right in the back of the auditorium. Four minutes, and we're going to get going again. The first order of business in 2 minutes will be, we will entertain a motion to extend the time to turn in the ballots to 6 o'clock. To 6 o'clock. You can turn it anytime you want to, but you can turn it in up to 6 o'clock. Again, please resume your seats. 1 minute, we're going to be beginning the business of the convention. One minute, and we're going to be underway. 1 minute, please take your seats. Thirty seconds. Okay, let's tone it down now so we can get going.
Welcome back, delegates. Thank you for being delegate. How you feeling? Help me welcome Lieutenant Governor T.N.I. Smith.
Good afternoon, fellow DFLers. I'm so happy to be with you all here today. So here's a story. Archie and I have two sons, and when they were little, our youngest son went over to play at a family friend's house. We were just getting to know the family. And the mother asks, she says, "Mason, does your mother work outside of the home?" And Mason says, "Yes, she does. My mother is a Democrat, and it's a really hard job." Can you relate to that, at least, especially today? It is a hard job. And this year in particular, we have a very hard job. We have, fellow Democrats, we have a Republican nominee for president who actually said that letting wives work is a very dangerous thing. He compared wives to real estate. We have a Republican nominee who actually said that an Hispanic judge has an absolute conflict when it comes to presiding over a fraud case for Trump University. This is a man who was raised in Indiana, by the way. Well, I think that Donald Trump has an absolute conflict when it comes to being our president. His hateful and corrosive views have no place in our democracy. They are the antithesis of the promise of a just society that lays at the heart of our great country. And I know that everyone in this room knows this. You know that we are making progress and that we have to make progress. And you know that it's going to be hard to win these elections. I mean, this is a fact. The last time that we elected a Democrat to follow 2 years of an elected Democrat, when do you think it was? It was Martin Van Buren following Andrew Jackson in 1837. So this is not going to be easy. The Republicans are going to pour hundreds of millions of dark dollar money into our state to try to stop us. But I want you to imagine it is January of 2017. We have elected a Democratic president of the United States. We have re-elected our incredible members of Congress. And we have won new seats for Congress with Angie Craig and Terry Bonoff and David Snyder. And maybe maybe most important to me, we have won back the State House and kept the State Senate. And we will get back to work making progress and building a state that works for everyone, everywhere in Minnesota. A state that works not just for some of us, but for all of us, not just the wealthiest among us. And we all know that the status quo is not good enough. And if that sounds a little radical, then so be it. If you think it's radical to believe that mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters, sons and daughters should not have to choose between a paycheck and taking care of their new baby or their loved ones, then call me a radical. If it's radical to say that all Minnesota children should have the opportunity to go to preschool, then I guess I'm a radical. If it's radical to believe that people should be able to earn a degree without signing away decades of their lives to a burden of student debt, then are you a radical with me? Fellow Democrats, if it is radical to say that it is unacceptable that nearly half of Minnesotans, Native American children and black children, nearly half of them are living in poverty, then are you radicals with me to say that's unacceptable? If it is radical to say that a day's work should earn a fair pay and that no one should be working full time and still be in poverty, then I know that we are all radicals. If it's radical to stand up to the scourge of dark money and our politics, then let's all be radical together. Now I know we have a long way to go to achieve this dream of a state that is transformed by equal opportunity and social justice into a society that does work for everyone everywhere. But I'm here to do it with you. And the truth is that you all motivate me, especially today, because I know this is not easy. Because you never give up, you do the work, you knock on the doors and you march in the parades. You call people you don't even know to ask them to vote. You raise the money $25 at a time, not $5,000 at a time. And you do what we need to do so that we can win elections, so that we can keep on making progress, so that Minnesota can work for everyone, everywhere. That is the Minnesota that we are fighting for. That is the party we are building. And that is why I'm here today with all of you. Thank you so much. It's great to be with you.
Okay, as indicated, we have a couple of things to attend to. One is that I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules so that we change the turn-in of the ballots from 4 o'clock till 6 o'clock. Is there a motion to that effect? Seconded. No discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries. Delegate at microphone 4.
Sorry, David Weinlich, Senate District 53, Constitution Committee, and actually I will defer to Jill Garcia first to make the motion.
Ms. Garcia. Come on. This is important.
Name is Jill Garcia. I'm from Congressional District 5. On behalf of the Constitution, Bylaws, and Rules Committee, of which I am co-chair, I would like to move that the Constitution and Bylaws report be referred to the State Central Committee meeting in August.
Is there a second? That also requires a suspension of the rules and the agenda. Again, it's non-debatable. The motion before us is to refer the report of the State Constitutional Committee to the next Central Committee meeting. Everybody understand the question? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Done. Delegate at microphone 1.
We need to speak. No, we're done. We're done.
Delegate at microphone 4.
David Weinlich, Senate District 53, Constitution Committee. I would likewise refer the special consideration period to the State Central Committee for the Platform Committee. The Platform Committee, the special consideration period, I'd say that maybe we can withdraw those that have been pulled out for special consideration, because I don't know how much time we're going to have to discuss those, and trying to get people to come back after the national delegate election. And so my concern is that we won't have the time to discuss those platform issues. So I would say let us pull those and pull those from the ballot, because people want a chance to discuss those before voting on them. So,
Well, let me just explain. According to our rules, the requests for special consideration must have been submitted by now. So if we had the Platform Commission up here, they could tell us which of those resolutions would be referred to the Platform Commission, but that's a known, those are known, so I don't know that we have to have anything elaborate to discuss that. This again is a suspension of the rules. Did I hear a second? No discussion again. All those in favor of suspending the rules so that the special consideration items on the platform, which have already been, by pursuant to the rules that we've adopted, those are already on file or have been submitted, will go to the State Central Committee for review. Please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Well, but it's a 2/3 vote. Let's try just a raising of the badges, if we could, please. And half votes first. Half votes first. The motion. That's a valid point. The motion before us is to suspend the rules and refer any items which have already been denominated as items for special consideration on the platform to the State Central Committee for its deliberation. So here we go. Yes?
Could we have an explanation of the reason for that?
Well, I assume it's to save some time, because we still have national delegates and presidential electors to go forward. Delegate at microphone 1.
Are we in discussion at this point, or can I?
No, there's
move
no discussion. This is just these are points of information.
What I'm doing now is I am moving to suspend the rules for the purpose of voting on to add to the platform the resolution, the Sense resolution we had earlier passed.
That's out of order. Here we are now. The motion before us is to suspend the rules in the fashion that I just elaborated in response to that gentleman's question. So are you ready for the question? All those in favor of suspending the rules, please, and these are half votes first, just raise your badge. These are to suspend the rules, half vote. Can we get a count, please? And this is an eyeball count, obviously. Can I have some help over here?
Wait, we need 50%.
6, we need 2/3. Can we do an eyeball over here? These are half votes.
And they're raising the,
Half votes to suspend the rules for the purpose that I just explained with this gentleman. We're in the middle of a vote. If it's a point of information, I can answer it, but that's all it is. Yes.
Can you ask people to rise and hold up their badge? I can't see them.
All right. Co-Chair Julie Blaha has said it would be much easier if you can stand and raise your badge. Half votes. It'd be much easier for the tellers to count. Stand and raise your half votes if you're voting to suspend the rules in order to push the items that have been already set aside for special consideration on the platform to the next meeting of the State Central Committee. Half votes. 1/2 votes in favor. A delegate has asked which resolutions would be referred, and the answer is all those where there's been a proper request for special consideration in accordance with the time requirements of the rules. We're still going to vote for these. Could I have a representative from the Platform Commission who might know the answer to your question? Please come up to the podium. Huh? You can't talk that far. What's the question?
Secretary has the resolutions.
I actually have a list.
Okay,
Can I read
why
them
don't you do
out?
it?
Okay. Just that section.
You have your
Okay,
badges up? Have you counted the badges
Yes,
up?
I did.
Okay,
The half
put the
yes.
badges down.
Okay, badges down. While we're counting, let's be seated. Half votes no, rise. Now, while you're doing that, I'll also list the resolutions that were pulled for special consideration. These are the ones that got in before 12:45. I'll just list the numbers. Number 24, 60, 54, 32, and 41. Again, numbers 24, 60, 54, 32, and 41.
Thank you. I hope that answers the delegate's question. Yes, delegate at microphone 2.
Rick Stafford, Democratic National Committee. I would remind the chairs that we are in the midst of a ballot. There should be no speakers at the microphone unless it's a point of order.
Thank you. What are you counting right now?
We're about to count half vote no, right?
Well, I think his point's well taken. We should do the half vote yes at the end because we clarified which ones are being set aside for special consideration. That'll just take a second. In response to Delegate Stafford's point, I think we will quickly, very quickly, recount the half votes in favor of the motion to suspend the rules.
You gotta.
We're in the middle of a ballot. If this doesn't pertain to what we're the ballot, we cannot take this. Representative Stafford's point was well taken. What?
Can't we just eyeball this?
We just tried to eyeball and couldn't figure it out. This is the second time we've done this. That's why we're doing the count. Half vote yes. Either stand or badges up right now. Half vote. This should be very quick. How are we doing on the eyeballing? Are you guys coming? Okay, half votes down. Now half votes opposed to the motion to suspend. Please raise your hand or stand. Half votes opposed. Is anybody counting? Okay, again, you should have your badge up if you're opposed to this motion to suspend and you have a half a vote. Delegate at microphone 1.
Linda Stanch.
Yep.
CD3, there seems to be a problem with a double negative. In what you proposed, my understanding was if you want to put it over to the central committee, you would vote yes.
You would vote to suspend the rules for purposes of sending it over to the Central Committee on those 5 items that were set aside for special consideration.
And so you would vote yes. If you want to stay here all night, you should vote no.
That's enough.
No, well,
no,
afternoon.
I'm sorry.
We could do that.
We're not debating this. We're not debating this. We're counting.
No.
You have the count done?
No, I just want to eyeball it.
With our national delegate selection process. I just want to take a minute to give you an overview of the process. So everybody be quiet. I'm going to ask parliamentarian Jason to come up here. I've got numbers here, but we want to make sure these numbers are accurate. So I'll read you the numbers, and he'll nudge me if they're not. He'll probably do more than nudge me. To begin with, we're going to have the Sanders sub-caucus stay in this room. The Sanders sub-caucus will stay in this room. The Clinton sub-caucus will go to the atrium, which is the room just outside the hallway and around
we got nothing but noise.
It's a small room, but we tried
I've
to get
unplugged it.
additional space. The price was prohibitive. Say, how about $5,000 at the Hilton Hotel?
I know. Plug it in.
So we can make two. We can make two. The next thing, this is... on chairs as a part of this.
You want to plug it in directly?
Just leave it out process. And this is not like the state convention where we have people up on tables. We can't do that. Nobody gets up on a chair. That's out of line completely. So here are the numbers, which are up on the screen behind me, so I guess they don't have to recite them. Can you see them?
You don't want to plug it in directly?
No, I'll just take care of this.
Okay, this one needs to be
Yeah, I'll do that one in a second.
All right, here we go. At-large delegates. At-large delegates of which there are several.
We're about to ABC.
Clinton is entitled to 7
I probably screwed it up with that. Trying to.
Of which 5 have to be women and 2 are men. 7 altogether, 5 women, 2 men. Sanders gets 10 delegates. 6 women, 4 men. 6 women, 4 men. Now to go to the Clio. The party elected officials. Clinton receives, there's 10 of those. Clinton receives 4 of them.
Okay, now plug it in.
By the gender balance. Where are the alternates, you might say? There are 6 alternates to be elected here. Clinton gets 2 and Sanders gets 4. Because they are even numbers, we're going to have for Clinton 1 man and 1 woman, and for Sanders 2 men and 2 women. That is what we're dealing with. Are there questions? Yes, I don't get a microphone forward.
Yes, Cheryl Harper, Senate District 63. We wanted to address, and I know like we're going to be looking at this picture, the gender female, male. There's also a gender non-conforming, and we talk about this as social DFL. And people rise up that are delegates that are of gender non-conforming. I know some people said they would stand up. We have some delegates that are gender conforming, and what do we do about that?
Hello. Okay, I'm going to answer your question. So here's the deal. The DFL is wonderful. We acknowledge all genders. The National Party is not where we are. It's just a fact. We elect DNC members. We hope that they will help work with the party to get the National Party where we are. The National Party requires gender binary. Now, nobody's going to go into the bathroom and tell someone that they're going to check. So I don't care which gender you put on your form, that is the gender you're running for on that delegate selection. Does that answer your question?
I just hope, the groups that are select abide by look at gender non-conforming delegates.
I completely understand, but the problem is that we're bound by the National Party rules. We can't change them. We can influence the change, and we've been leading the way on that by fixing our rules to address it. And we can encourage our DNC members and our national delegates to push on the state party or the National Party to change that. The state party is where we need to be. We need to get the National Party there.
And I should have pointed out, when we began this discussion. There are rules 34 through 38 in the rules that you've adopted that address the National Convention delegates and alternates. So rules 34 through 38. Is there a speaker at microphone 1? Okay. Microphone 4. 2, please. 2 is... Go ahead.
Hi, Nancy Westman from 33B. I ask or request to ask a question out of order because you rushed to the next topic without explanation about platform issues. So may I do that?
We're not going to revisit the platform at this point in time.
Where can I get more information?
From the Platform Commission, and I believe they have a representative in the back of the room in the corner to my right. Thank you. Delegate at microphone 4.
Larry Atkins, 62. Just wondering, with the gender balance, where does the number 5 and 2 at large for the Clinton come from? I mean, that's not balanced to me. I'm just wondering.
Right. So if you look at the bottom, you'll see there's a total entire delegation balance. We have to have our entire delegation, it's everybody from the state of Minnesota, balance. Our unpledged delegates are 11 male and 5 female. That is not balanced. We can't change who they are. But our national delegate selection plan, which was adopted before all this process began, says that we will balance our entire delegation through the at-large directors. So the at-large directors have been adjusted by gender to provide for a total balance in our entire delegation.
Okay. Delegate at microphone 1.
I am rising to question a privilege to register a complaint against the Platform Committee, and the reason why these platform issues are coming up. There are a number of platform items that were passed by Senate delegate regions and also passed by petition platform that were removed, not merged, not edited, completely removed and not put on into the platform report.
Thank you. That will be noted in the minutes of the convention. Delegate at microphone 4.
Hi, I'm PJ Glover. I'm a delegate from Congressional District 1 in Mankato. I'm just kind of expanding more upon the gender non-conforming individuals. I do want to specifically say, just for something on the record, I didn't run for national convention because I don't fit in male or female. So I just want that to be on the record there, that this is still something that is a big problem with the party.
Thank you. That will be noted on the record. Thank you. Delegate at microphone 2.
Rick Stafford, Democratic National Committee. We have now been here for 7.5 hours. We have gotten one major piece of business done. I would urge the people not to go to the microphones. Let's get on with our business. Let's get on to national level.
Thank you, Delegate Stafford. And we have 2 more things we're going to do, and then we're going to break into our sub-caucuses. That's his first thing. We have the Secretary of State to speak with us, Steve Simon, a true friend of the Democratic Party. Secretary Simon.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you. I know I'm standing between you and the next item of business, so I will be quick. 2 years ago, you gave me one of the highest honors I could ever ask for, the endorsement of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party to be your next Secretary of State. And when I got that honor, I said that I would do everything I could to earn and deserve that honor. So the first thing I did was to win the actual election. Now, you may know that I won a close one. The margin statewide in 2014 was 1.167%. 1.167%, or, as Al Franken would call it, a landslide. And I was sworn in a couple months later, And I said then that I wanted to be a Secretary of State for all Minnesotans. And I also said then, as I say now, and as I will always say, that my mission in this office is very simple. It is very clear. You could put it on a bumper sticker. You could put it on a fortune cookie. My mission is to make it as easy as possible for all eligible Minnesotans to vote, period. That means, among other things, that means that we call out voter suppression wherever we see it. And it means we work everywhere we can to ease the path for those who want to exercise their right to vote. I've done that so far as Secretary of State, but we have a big challenge this year, a big challenge. You know, the history of our country is really at a crossroads. We know that. And we know that Minnesota does well at democracy. Did you know that Minnesota, for 9 elections in a row, was #1 in the country in voter turnout? #1. But after 9 in a row as #1, we fell off of that perch in 2014. In 2014, we fell to #6. Now, if you're grading on a curve, #6 is still very decent, right? But it's not quite up to our usual high Minnesota standards. So I want to help get us back to #1. Can we do it? Okay. There are a lot of things that go into that. I'm not going to list them all. But one of the things that will take is making sure that any of us in Minnesota who encounter voters who are disillusioned or even disgusted by the way that politics is practiced in modern America and even modern Minnesota, that when we encounter those voters, we tell them not to give up hope. Not to give up hope. You know, 2 years ago when I was campaigning, I saw a T-shirt in Rochester, and the T-shirt kind of inspired me. The T-shirt said, "Failure to vote is not an act of rebellion, it's an act of surrender." Tell that person, tell those people you encounter not to surrender. Tell them, don't sit back, stand up, go out, exercise your right to vote, take a stand, and be a voter. Be a voter, because that's what's going to get everything done. Paul Wellstone once said, "The only way to change is to vote." The only way to change is to vote. Was he right? Is he still right today? Let's do it. Let's go out there. I know that Democrats don't surrender. They don't give up on the system. They don't give up on people. They don't give up on democracy. You won't and I won't. Let's go get them and have a great 2016. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And our last moment before we split, I'd like to introduce Assistant Minority Leaders Aaron Murphy and Melissa Hortman.
So now, for the first time in nearly a quarter of a century, Democrats have complete control at the Capitol, from the legislature to the governor's office.
We believe that work has dignity. I think all Minnesotans believe that all of us deserve the dignity of supporting ourselves and our families through work.
Not a headline you hear very often. More money for Minnesota schools. But that's exactly what's happening. State lawmakers are finally making good on those IOUs after cutting back payments in order to fix the budget.
And have stood with women and working families to make sure that we address the income gap in between men and women in this state and in this country.
Same-sex marriage is a step closer to reality to Minnesota after a House vote today. The crowds at the Capitol exploded in celebration when the bill to legalize same-sex marriage passed the House.
I was asked 2 years ago what would happen if we had a DFL governor and a DFL legislature, and I said one word: progress. And that's what we've achieved.
Governor Dayton may have won re-election, but he no longer has one-party rule in the legislature.
The Republicans retake control of the House of Representatives.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Speaker.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill.
The 2016 legislative session ends in a chaotic mess.
A pile of work left unfinished and last-minute attempts to pay for transportation projects and use the budget surplus went nowhere.
Final passage, House File 622. Discussion.
Mr. Speaker, wasn't that a primary amendment?
He has my amendment.
I got one.
He has my amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the bill.
Our vision for Minnesota is actually to help ordinary Minnesotans, to look to the future, to invest in innovation at places like the University of Minnesota, to make sure people can actually afford childcare, the 5th highest in the country, that people can actually afford to pursue a higher education, that people can actually get a good K-12 education in the state, that people can actually afford their health care, that people can afford their prescription drugs. You have ignored all of that.
That is right. Mighty Democrats, that is right. We're going to take back the Minnesota House, aren't we? That is right. I know the afternoon's been long and you've worked hard, and I am so glad to see you on your feet. I want to tell you about a conversation I had with a friend of mine over coffee while we were talking about the vitriol, which has been the GOP presidential contest. He is a middle school science teacher, and he had a student named Tislam. And she came to him on a Friday afternoon to say, if Donald Trump is elected, am I going to have to leave this country? And he assured her, an 8th grader going to school in Minneapolis, that no, she would not have to leave this country. And she went further to say, will my parents have to leave the country? Is my family going to be torn apart? I was going to go see Secretary Clinton give a speech about terrorism the next week, and I invited her to come with me, and we worked with her parents and the superintendent of schools and the principal, and she came along and heard a principled, thoughtful speech about America, its future, and her place in it. And that was a really good thing for that 8th grader to hear. That's right. She was subject to Donald Trump's political attacks, but she was also subject to Hillary Clinton's ideals about the future of our country and her place in it. We are going to have to push back on Donald Trump in this election, and we've been talking about that all day long. We're going to have to push back on his hatred, on his misogyny, on his racism, but we're also going to have to tell our own story. And if all we do is push back on that, if that's all we leave people with, we will lose our election. And we'll deserve to lose our election because we have something much better to offer the people of Minnesota, don't we? Don't we? Sometimes people suggest that hope is a fluffy thing, but I don't think so. In this room all day long, I've heard about our hopes and our aspirations for the future of Minnesota, and we are Democrats, and we believe things. We believe in people, don't we? And we believe in the power of our own ability to improve people's lives with our politics, and this is our opportunity. We are at generational change in the state of Minnesota and across this country, and we have the opportunity together to shape it as Democrats, whether it's Hillary or Bernie and Angie Craig and Rob Eklund. Together we are going to change the state of Minnesota and build its future. That is our obligation. That is our responsibility as the people of Minnesota, but we cannot spend this election just talking about what the other guy does wrong. And we can't spend one more session in that kind of chaos that we just saw, because the people who pay the price for that are the people of Minnesota, and we're bigger than that, and we're better than that. So I ask you to join me as you are talking this summer and fall at the doors and on the phones and in coffee shops to share with people your values and your beliefs, because when we do that, when we tell Minnesotans our story, when we share with them our beliefs, they listen to us and they buy it every time. They will vote for us, and that's how we're going to win our election. I'm so glad to be with you today. Thank you for your patience, for your hard work, and spending now until the end of this election and beyond, planning for our future and winning this election so we can deliver a better future for all of us. Thank you very much. My friend Melissa Hortman is next. All right.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Melissa Hortman. I'm one of the deputy minority leaders in the Minnesota House, and I'd really like to put the word majority back in front of our names up here. When Democrats were in charge, we did all-day, everyday kindergarten. We froze college tuition. We raised taxes on the richest 2% of Minnesotans, and we balanced the budget. Give us the majority back. We have 132 great candidates running all across Minnesota, and I will tell you, in every House district in the state of Minnesota, winning is possible. We need 60 people who care as much about this House race in that House district as the candidate does. We need 60 people who are willing to work as hard as the candidate will. Some of our races are complete long shots. The candidates going in know that. They know they are working uphill. They need you. They need $5 checks that in the memo say, "You go, girl." They need $10 checks, and they need your help at the doors. The only way for us to take the House back is for us to raise more money and knock on more doors than Republicans. So will you help us? We have 132 fantastic candidates. If you haven't gotten to know them, I encourage you to get to know them. And thank you so much for being here today. And thank you for being part of the DFL.
All right, delegates, we are at the point where we are going to split into two conventions for the purpose of selecting our delegates to the national conventions. The Hillary delegates are going to be in the atrium. You go out to the front and to the left. Bernie Sanders delegates will stay in this room. Please move as quickly as you can, and we will reconvene for the purposes of national for our electors and our state central committee directors after we complete delegate selection. As we are in motion, it's going to be difficult to consider something. I'll try it. Microphone 4. I'm sorry, 2.
3.
Okay, let's try 3. Microphone 3.
Thank you. Miguel Lindgren, Senate District 65. There's a question. Before we split, can we have the results of the Democratic National Committee races?
They are not yet complete. Had they been complete, we would have, but we do not have the complete results yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate at microphone 4.
Paul Talbot, ST31. I just wanted to make a statement on the expedition of this convention. It was brought up during the actual conversation about the delegates not being able to become delegates because they don't gender identify as male or female. And everybody brought up the point that this convention has already gone 7 hours. And I just want to ask the question to everybody in this room, did we come here to vote or to applaud ourselves on how well we're doing? We've had a lot of speakers. It's very important. I definitely don't want to disrespect the speakers, but if you're talking about time and we have 20 speakers that are just coming out here to tell us how great we are and applaud each other, and you have a real issue come up that should be talked about, maybe not here, this might not be the place, but we should consider what we're doing here. And I think we're trying to vote for the future, and that's why we're all here.
Thank you, Delegate. With that, we will reconvene. The Bernie Sanders delegates will get you about 5 minutes to get ourselves situated, and then we'll begin. Thank you. We will be gaveling in 2 minutes. Delegates, take your seats. 2 minutes, we're gonna get us going. Okay, I'm taking everything. Hey! I'm hiding everything for a minute. Delegates, let's call the body to order. At this point in the room, we should have, At this point, we should have only Bernie Sanders delegates on the floor. Let's hear it. All right. Okay. Our first order of business is to elect your chairs. Is there a motion? Do we have someone who would like to make a motion for chair? Delegate at microphone 1.
Yes, I'd like to. My name is Linda Stanch. I'm with CD3. I am nominating the gentleman
for chair of this meeting right now.
The Bernie Caucus, Christopher Pride Moore.
Christopher Pride.
He's not running for national delegate.
Okay, Christopher Pride Moore. Are there any further nominations for delegation for the chairing this section of the committee? Delegate at microphone 1.
It's not a nomination, it's a motion to with the change in the rules. There's a 2-hour limit to get nominated for to become a delegate. I would like to make a motion. There are people who didn't know about this rule.
Sure.
And I would like to make a motion to suspend this rule to allow people who would like to run for to become a delegate to be able to do so.
Delegate, we're in the middle of a vote right now for your chair, so that would be out of order at this point. But after your chair is nominated, sit tight, we can talk about that. Are there any further nominations? Delegate at microphone 3.
Hi, Noah Hansen from Congressional District 6, Senate District 35. If she would be so willing to accept the nomination, I nominate Julie Blaha.
I actually am not willing to accept the nomination because I know there are several other people who would be a better fit, but I appreciate it. I know there was a delegate at microphone 4.
Hi, I'm State Representative Frank Hornstein from CD5, and thank you everybody for feeling the burn! I would like to nominate Rod Halverson for chair. He's a wonderful facilitator. He's got a lot of experience in the public and nonprofit sector. He'd be great. Rod Halverson, Madam Chair.
All right, delegates. Delegate at microphone 4.
Jeff Strand, Chair of Senate District 59. Personally, I'd like to nominate Marvin Innes, who's been working for Bernie since May of 2015, including in Chicago and Iowa.
All right. Marvin Innes has been entered in nomination. Are there any further nominations? One thing to keep in mind is you will be, the person that takes this role will be responsible for running the next couple of hours here. You may want to consider just how well you understand the role of this chair, how well you understand the National Delegate Selection Plan as well. My suggestion is that we bring the 3 candidates up. They speak for 1 minute. I think we might be able to do a rising vote on this. Does that sound reasonable? All right. Could I have the 3 candidates come on up to make a 1-minute speech? So come on the stage, come up to the sides. And we will speak to this. Yes. Great. Flip them. All right. We'll draw for order as well. All right. 1, 2, and 3. So this will be the order of the speeches. We'll hear first from Marvin Innes. We will then hear from Christopher Pride Moore. Is that right? And then we'll hear from Rod Halverson. So let's begin. Christopher, are you up here? Christopher, can you give me a wave? I'm not sure if I know everybody's names. Is Christopher here? Oh, you're Christopher. Come on up. You have 1 minute. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Marvin is first. Where is Marvin? Marvin, you're up. Marvin? Did I say name? Yes. Marvin, you have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, fellow Democrats. My name is Marvin Innes. I live in the CD5, Senate District 59 in beautiful North Minneapolis. Hey, North Minneapolis! Go Polars! But I have been involved with the Bernie Sanders campaign since day one. When he announced that he was running for president, I, of course, went online and I gave him $25. And, of course, at the end of the forum, they say, do you make this recurring? So I said, sure, why not? I'm in it for the long haul. So I've been giving $25 a month, plus a little bit more, plus I bought some merchandise, plus I spent hundreds of hours volunteering for Bernie Sanders, my candidate. I'm feeling the burn on my feet, my back, and my hips. I made at Pride Festival last year. I'm a gay white male living with HIV and AIDS. I am truly blessed to be speaking in front of you today as a delegate to the state of Minnesota's DFL convention. I made 7 trips to Iowa between mid-October and caucus night. And that's where I got the beautiful idea for this wonderful t-shirt. And not only did I volunteer in Iowa, but also made 2 trips to Chicago. But anyway, I truly believe in Bernie. I'm feeling the burn. So, go Bernie!
Our next candidate is Christopher Pride Moore.
Hello, my name is Christopher Pridemore. I am the delegation chair for SD 49. I was also delegation chair for Edina 1A when we went to our precinct caucus. I have a lot of experience running conventions both in South Dakota and here in Minneapolis. I've run operations and done associate chairs. I'm also the associate precinct chair of my precinct. And I really think that I'm somebody that's pretty adept to bringing order to chaos, which is kind of what we have here. So I would like to volunteer myself to serve you guys, since I won't be nominating myself for national convention. I thought that I would help serve you by helping us select ours, hopefully at a quick pace, so we can all go home and not be here till midnight.
Our final candidate, Rod Halverson.
Thank you. My name is Rod Halverson, Senate District 65 and Congressional District 4. I've had years of experience running conventions and committee meetings and a number of things that will help me in doing this. I wanted to start by telling you that I'm a Bernie true blue person. I'm already a national delegate for Bernie. And I wanted to also tell you that I was a part of a 3-person term team that drafted and pushed for the superdelegate resolution that passed today. So go Bernie. And we've already won a big one today. And I've had a lot of experience. I served 20 years in the Iowa legislature. And since I came back to my home state of Minnesota, I've been a Senate District Chair of 66, Senate District Chair of 65, Ramsey County District Chair, and I've ran at least 20 or 30 congressional or Senate District conventions since I've been here in Minnesota. And I think I've been fair, and I hope you will consider me for your chair of this caucus. Thank you.
All right, delegates. Now, I'm going to try to do this without counting it all the way fully, if it's clear. If it's unclear, we'll have to take another step. But if there's no objection, I think we can do this by rising, looking, and then seeing if we have to take further action. So with that, let's just remind you of the candidates. We're going to go in the order that they spoke. So we have, again, you can turn around, you can look, hey, you decide. We're going to do, again, our first speaker was Marvin Innes. You can however you like. Our next speaker was Christopher Pride Moon. And our final speaker was Rod Halverson. So with that, okay, they're looking, they won't see. So all those who would like to see for our chair, Marvin Innes, rise and stay standing. Excuse me? Okay. Vote for one. You can vote for one. And also for me, my hearing is not quite as good as other people's, so shouting from the floor, I will miss it, just entirely miss it. So, rise for Marvin Innes. Get and remain standing. Be seated. Rise for Christopher Pride Moon. Take a moment here. Be seated. Rise for Rod Halverson. Be seated. Thank you, delegates. Rod Halverson has won your election. And with that, I am going to, maybe before I do, delegate at microphone 3.
Hello?
Thank you.
Hi. I just wanted to point out that not everybody can rise.
Well said. Let me be more clear. A better way for me to say it would be rise or raise your badge. Thank you very much. That's the best way for us to do that. Well said. With that, I will turn over to your chair, Rod Halverson.
I'll have to be honest, I was almost wishing that someone else would win. This would be a difficult task. We're all friends, we're all for Sanders, so it's going to be, we have a lot of candidates that we have to go through and make decisions. And so briefly, what our agenda is to decide on the process we're going to have of the election, of how we elect the 19 delegates and the 4 alternates. But before we do that and actually go, and it takes a majority vote of this caucus on the procedures that we want to follow in electing those delegates. But before we do that, I want to call on Emily Jensen to come forward, who's the Minnesota convention director for Bernie, and see if she has any words from Bernie or the campaign. Emily.
I'm right here. Hello, Bernie Nation. Woo! I gotta tell you guys, so I'm originally from Marshall, Minnesota. Yeah, okay. So some of you know where it is. But I'll tell you, it's in the southwest corner, and there are more progressives in this room right now than are in my county. Okay, so anyone who knows me knows I can talk on and on and on and on. But you're lucky because I'm not talking today. I'm actually giving you a statement from the national campaign. So, without further ado, in the Democratic Party nomination process, presidential candidates have the right of review, meaning they can cut at-large and PLEO candidates for national delegates to ensure their delegation is strong and diverse. The Bernie Sanders campaign has waived their right to the review in Minnesota. Instead, the campaign has developed for adoption a diverse slate of candidates we believe will strongly represent Minnesota at the National Convention in Philadelphia. There are 10 candidates on this slate and 16 delegate slots available, meaning there will be still 6 spots open after we adopt this slate. This slate and the request for your vote are official communications from the campaign. Bernie Sanders and Jeff Weaver themselves have put together this slate with the help of In-Staff State and the Ellison campaign. We endorse the following people: Representative Frank Hornstein, Councilwoman Lisa Bender, Gabe Adderhold, Margaret Breen, Yishu Dai, Ashley Fairbanks, Ruhel Islam, Keith McLean, LaDonna Redmond, and Jean Ross. Thank you, everyone, for everything you do for this movement. Tyler Allen, National Delegate Coordinator, Minnesota, Bernie 2016. Thanks, guys.
And I want to briefly add to that the reason why the campaign was so involved is that the delegate selection plan has goals, affirmative action goals, that we will try to help meet along with the Hillary delegates. In fact, what those are, the African American, we have a goal of reaching 10, and so far 10 have been selected. That doesn't mean we can't have more than the goal. 5 of those are from Bernie. The Latino goal was 5, and we have 6. 5 of those are from Bernie. Native American, we had a goal of 2, and we have 3, all 3 from Bernie. Now, a little bit more challenging is the LGBTQ community. The goal was 13, and so far we have 6, 3 of them from Bernie. Persons with disabilities, the goal was to reach 10, and we have 6, 3 from Bernie. And youth, the goal is 28, and we so far have 16, 15 from Bernie. So the challenge of the national campaign was to try to help in the effort of meeting our goals, and that was one of the reasons why a slate was proposed. So now we have to decide how we want to do the selection of the 19 delegates and the 4 alternates. And one of the proposals is obviously to elect that slate that the campaign has come up with. The 10 names that Emily read off meet a number of those goals, and with that, I would solicit a motion from the floor that we go ahead, and the first item agenda would be to consider the slate proposed by the campaign. Is there such a motion? Is there a second? Okay, now, slow down. Now we can have discussion. And by the way, your point of order in regard to who can run for delegates will be coming up later. Okay, is there any discussion on the motion to accept the 10 persons listed, which were 6 women and 4 males? That's the motion before us. Any discussion? In favor? Right here. At microphone 4, please. No.
I support the slate, and I congratulate Burners for doing a great job in already electing and nearly meeting our diversity goals. So I move that we elect this slate now and then proceed to another method to elect the remainder.
Okay, is there anyone in con? Are you against?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Linda Stanch from CD3. I guess I'm not an inner person in this campaign. No one contacted me. I'm a senior, I'm disabled, I'm low income. I find it pretty shocking that the Bernie campaign would have been involved in something like this. And I understand that there was some kind of screening went on in the last couple of days, and no one called me, and my phone number is right next to state delegate running for national delegate. And I want to ask this woman to speak too.
Just wait. What we're going to do is alternate. We're going to try to follow the same convention rules of 3 speakers, 1 minute at the maximum, and go from pro to con. Now, a pro in favor of moving ahead. Who would be next in one of the lines who are in favor of moving ahead with the slate? Microphone 1.
I'm a pro, Sherry Hunter. Do I have to say where I'm from?
District 49A, City of Edina. First of all, I'm actually a candidate for national, but I am withdrawing my candidacy because I don't represent any diversity, and I have been involved in the DFL since 1982. It's really fabulous for me, and I feel passionate about the diversity of individuals that are here, and I believe that the Sanders campaign is looking out for that diversity, which I would point out as a longtime Democrat is actually one of our key goals as a party. So I support the Sanders move because our party is very focused on diversity. So I think we should adopt that.
Thank you. Is there a Con? Yes, over at this microphone. Con?
Hi. Hello. Donovan Indovino Colley, SD 63. I'm speaking against this. The slate that has been proposed by the Sanders campaign, although I do love Bernie, I don't know who those people are. Actually, I know one of those people. She was elected to be here today with us, and she didn't show up. Oh, there you are. Well, I didn't see you. That said, I'm sorry, I was leading into my actual point of, I would like to actually hear from these people. And if we can't hear from them, I don't know why we would vote for them.
Yes, thank you. Now a pro, and I haven't been looking back at those mics, that was a con. We have time for one more pro and one more con. And we could extend it if you want to suspend the rules, but go ahead. Go ahead. Is there a pro back there?
Question?
Okay, question first.
Hi, I'm a national delegate chosen from Congressional District 8 in northern Minnesota. And the question that I have with the slate of candidates that we may or may not vote on, I would like to know what the geographic diversity is there. Is this a metro area only or predominantly metro area? And just as we're looking at the diversity that we have of the delegates that we send to national, I think it'd be important if we do move ahead with the 10 or not, to make sure that we do reach out to those of us who are not in the metro area, that we have representation across the state.
Okay. Excuse me. I'm going to interpret that not as a question, but as a con who would oppose the motion.
Con.
No? Okay, you're just asking, I'm sorry, I'll go ahead, and you are asking just for information of what the geographic delegation.
Is that something that we could receive before deciding on the slate?
The answer is, I'm not sure I can tell you. I know that there are some from several different of congressional districts, but I actually don't know the answer to that. So now let's go back to pros and cons. So I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. Microphone number 2 for a further question.
I was just going to say that I guess that's an opposition. If the question can't be answered, then I'm opposed.
Okay,
if that makes sense.
So that would be a con. That would be the third one. That would be a con. Is there a pro? There's a pro over here.
My name is Terry Bookless, and I would like to be a national delegate, but I support Bernie's all the way. I'm a Bernie or bust person. I met Bernie in 1988 when I moved to Vermont after going to the University of New Hampshire. I moved to Minnesota. I've been a social worker, worked for the homeless and the mentally ill, but I trust Bernie. I also have a disability. I'm considered permanent disabled. In fact, after paying 20 years on my student loans, I finally got them forgiven because I was unable to work. I've gotten stronger, and I really would like to be a national delegate, but I also trust Bernie, having known him since 1988. One of my best friends helped write his speeches when he first went to Washington, D.C., so I guess I'm a pro, but I'm disappointed. And no one approached me. I agreed with the woman over there. No one approached me. I checked disabled on the list, and no one contacted me. So if you need more disabled people, here I am.
Yes, a question on microphone 1, please.
I have a question. Is this really about fairness and equality and equity and making sure that as Bernie Sanders, we're all here inclusively together? Everybody has been here all day. We've all been through the process. Let's make sure that this is a fair and inclusive process and people are not handpicked. So my question is, people were handpicked, yes or no?
Well, they were selected by the campaign, that's correct.
So does the people think that that's fair? Would the people like to hear everybody call a question?
May I point out that that was definitely a speech against moving forward with the slate.
Well, you should have let me spoke the first time when I was up here.
It wasn't a question, but you got it in. That was a fourth. Let's try one more pro, and then we'll move forward and decide whether we want to go more. Is there a pro in favor of going forward with the slate? Microphone number 1.
Melissa Olson from CD 60, Congressional District 5. I have had a chance to look over the list. I do think we should post the list so that people could see some of those names to see if they recognize some of them. But many of those on the list, and several of them I know personally, do represent many of the interests that Bernie supporters have come here today to voice. It is a diverse list. As someone who's already been selected to be a national delegate, I feel strongly that we need as many Native people going to the national convention as possible. And this slate includes another activist who is from this community and who has been a Bernie supporter for this entire campaign. Thank you.
Okay, now I will need your help in how to move forward. Excuse me. I need your help in how to move forward. There are several people at the mic, and what I'm going to do is say that we have reached our limit, actually one each too many, and so we would move forward with a question unless there's a motion to suspend the rules to continue to debate the issue. It appears that most people are ready to call a question. Is that the case? We will move forward then. Seemed like an overwhelming majority. Okay. The clarification, yes. Microphone. Is it microphone 2, the clarification? Not really a speech?
Let me ask this question. You mentioned a number of diverse criteria that the campaign is trying to meet in the delegates that are sent. I'm wondering if there's a way that you could tell us, or the campaign could tell us, which criteria are met by the slate, and then of the 6 slots that are left, if there are criteria that have not been met and are needed. Is there a way that we can do that?
That I can help you with, generally. That is an informational question.
And maybe...
Excuse me, go ahead.
And if you can help us do that, is it possible to do that orally and possibly on the screen for those of us who are not oral processors?
I'm going to do it orally, and then...
Perfect.
And we can't do it on the screen because we don't have the information with the computer. But there will be, in this group, 2 from the African American community, excuse me, 2 from the Asian Pacific community. There'd be 1 who is also from the Native American community. There would be 2 from the LGBTQ community. There would be 2 PLEOs, PLEOs, the party leaders and elected officials. There would be 1 person with a disability, and there would be 6 members that would be with the youth delegation. Now, I heard a lot of comments that we should have a motion to call a question. Is there such a motion? There is a second. And I'm sorry, what are you raising at microphone 1?
Hi, I'm Amanda from SD60. I have a friendly amendment here that I think might satisfy everyone. I
am on the fence, and I don't know which way to vote on this particular issue. I would like, because I do trust Bernie as well, and I think he would make an excellent choice with regard to a slate, I'd like to hear from these individuals before we make a motion as to whether to accept them or not. So I propose a 1-minute speech from each of these individuals. If they're here, we'll hear from them. We'll make the decision.
Okay. I will consider that a substitute motion to a call of the question. And so you've heard the substitute motion. Is there a second to that motion? Second. There are seconds. There was a motion that was seconded before, and this is a substitute motion. The parliamentarians have indicated that he is correct, that this is out of order. We have to vote on the original motion, and then if you are object to that and vote and it's voted down, then your motion would be in order. So the motion before us was to call the question. Are you ready to vote? Okay. All in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes clearly appear to have it. The ayes do have it. So the motion before us is to vote on the slate that has been proposed. Vote for a slate. So what I would like to do is I would like to call each of the 10 members forward and stand up in front so that you at least know who you're voting for. So could you come forward, all of the people that were on the slate, please start coming forward. We're going to line you up. And Gabe Aberhold, Gabe, is that you? Would you go to the furthest of my left? Excuse me, let me finish with at least having them come forward, and then I'll go with questions. Frank Hornstein, would you please come forward? Where are you, Frank? Oh, they're coming up here. Gabe is first. Frank is second. Right. Raul Islam is third. Keith McCain, please come forward. Are the four men. And Lisa Bender, first female. And the second is Margaret Breen. The third is, and I'm going to destroy this, Issue Day. Was that pretty close? And then Ashley Fairbanks. And then Jean Ross, who can't be here because of a family emergency, and she's very active in the Nurses Association. And the last one is LaDonna Redman, and she can't be here for family reasons as well. So those are the people, and so the motion is to accept this slate, and I can't accept any other motions because we have moved the previous question. So are you ready to vote? I'm sorry, I can't move forward with the yelling from the audience. So we have called the question, and I'm going to move forward with the vote. Point of information is, I hope it's a real one.
It's real. Hang on.
Okay. Microphone 4, please.
Carol Overland, Goodhue County, and CD2. The questions are A, to identify geographic locations where they're from, and B, whether they will support Bernie all the way through the process and not just for the first.
Please bring that mic up. Please bring microphone 4 up here. Where you're from.
Let's have you guys walk across here.
As that was a point of information, it was a legitimate one, and yes, I think we were going to move forward with this, and I apologize for that. They will introduce themselves very briefly, and then we will move forward with the question. So, bring the microphone up, and please. Okay, go ahead.
Gabe Adderhold, Minneapolis suburbs here. Bernie has been fighting for people. Sorry. Gabe, suburbs. I will support Bernie through the end.
Representative Frank Hornstein, Minneapolis. I'm supporting Bernie to the end.
My name is Ruhel Islam, and I'll support Bernie all the way now. Thank you. Okay, I'm from City 5. Again, Ruhel Islam, owner of Gandhi Mahal, East Lake and 27. Thank you. And I'll support all the way. Food security, green economy, and all the way support Bernie. Thank you.
Yes, Keith McLean. I'm from a very little town in called Byron in District 1.
My name is Lisa Bender. I'm a city council member in Minneapolis, and I will support Bernie all the way.
My name is Margaret Breen. I'm from Minneapolis, and I will support Bernie all the way.
Hello, I'm Yishu Dai, and I'm from Northfield, Rice County, and I will support Bernie all the way.
Ashley Fairbanks. I'm from Minneapolis, and all Bernie all the time.
Are you prepared to vote? All in favor of the slate? I'm not recognizing anyone else. The motion has been, I violated it with the introducing the people, but let's not violate it any further. The question has been called and voted on, so we will move forward with the vote. All in favor of voting for these 10 candidates on the slate signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. The noes, excuse me, please stop yelling. The noes appear to have it. And I will indicate that the noes do have it, and therefore everybody will have to run, and these candidates will be in part of that list. Okay, now the next thing we should do is decide the procedure we're going to follow for the election of the 16 delegates and 4 alternates. But I have other questions. Now I will... Microphone 4, I'm sorry. Microphone 4.
Cheryl O'Daniel, 57-2. I had a question really before we went to vote, but we went to vote. My question is, they get a double opportunity to be a delegates? Have they already been voted down and they don't get to re-nominate themselves?
No, it'd be my opinion they can still run. Question of other on microphone 3.
Yeah, point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Todd Redmond from LeSueur County. Could we get a total of the number of individuals who have done what is necessary to be candidates for a national delegate?
Thank you. I can indicate to you that on Thursday I received a list of 198 people who want to run for these positions. And today I've heard several more, and there's going to be a motion to suspend the rules to allow some that have not filled out their form to be considered as delegates. So does that answer your question? I think it does answer your question. Number 3. An other from microphone 1. Please, let's pay attention.
Division on the vote.
The division on the vote of the slate. I think it was clear, but let's have a standing vote. The motion, the request is for a division on the slate, and all those in favor, please stand. If you can, if you cannot, please raise your card. Thank you. You can be seated. This is a division in favor of the slate, and you can be seated. All opposed to the slate, please stand. I think that's very clear, and it was a no vote. Any other questions before we proceed? There's an other at number 2, microphone 2.
Hi.
Yeah, that's you.
Hi. I'm Sherry from Senate District 64. I think this is a point of personal privilege. I was concerned about the booing. I appreciate that a number of people are upset at the process, but I think we want to rise above the stridency in this campaign and not boo each other.
Thank you, delegate from microphone 2. And by the way, from now on, we should be identifying by name and congressional district or Senate district that you're calling from. And if you want to keep asking questions, of course, it'll take longer to get to the delegate process, but an other at microphone 4 and then microphone 1.
Paul Talbot, SD 31, CD 6. We're going to be selecting 16 delegates, is that correct?
We're going to be electing 16 delegates and 4 alternates.
And we have 8 congressional districts, is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
My suggestion would be to have everyone split to their CDs and each CD select 2 delegates to move forward.
Okay, that's more than a question, but
this would be a motion?
If you would like to make that a motion, let's wait and go through the other questions, and that would be a way to proceed.
Would that be the most way to get diversity from everyone in the state?
Well, I don't know the answer to that question, but that's a motion for when we want to proceed with the procedure we want to follow, okay?
All right,
so
thank you.
Stay close to the microphone. That's not another. Take down one. Yeah, go ahead.
Technical team, could you put the screen back to our original image? Thank you.
Now there was an number 1, for microphone 1. I think you have a suspension of the rules.
I have a motion to suspend the rule of 2-hour limit for people who want to run for delegate. People who didn't know that. So
can we come back to motions? Stay by the microphone. I want to answer any other questions. Okay.
No more questions.
So stay by the microphone, but I prefer to ask if there's any questions, and there's several others. I see one other at microphone 2, please.
Hi there. My name is Corbin Thorson from, sorry about that, Clay County, CD7. I'd just like to make a point of clarification, I guess. The number of delegates that were elected to the National Convention at the congressional level, like your CD7, your CD5 meetings, is directly proportionate to the population of the district. So I think it's completely irrational to say that we should elect the small number of delegates that are going to be elected here, that it should be proportionate to each other. It's not as if they're going to be debating rural initiatives in greater Minnesota and Philadelphia. I just think it's it's not something we should be basing the selection off of. It's just silly.
This falls in the category of, interesting information, but not really a question.
Yes, sir.
So, microphone 3, are there any specific questions before we move to the discussion of electing of delegates? Seeing none, are there any questions on microphone 4 before we move forward? Microphone 4.
Thank you. My name is Jim Cohen. I'm a former candidate for United States Senate. As many or most of you know, I'm from Senate District 61, and I have a question that may help resolve where we are at the moment. The question is this: would it be possible to effect a compromise by taking the 8 candidates that were on the slate and who are here to first consider their bid to become a delegate, at the end of which we would know how many others would be capable of filling out the full slate? This may reduce the time from 2 hours or 3 or 4 to maybe a little bit less. Since the slate was offered by Bernie's campaign, could we offer that compromise to defer to consider them first?
It's a good question, but it is, in my opinion, we've already answered that by voting down the slate. Are there any other questions? Number 1, microphone 1.
Michael Hartley out of 36B. Twofold question. What is the date of the National Convention and its location, so that everybody here can check their iPhones, iPods, make sure that their schedule will accommodate them?
July 25th through the 28th, I think.
Okay. Then second, just a thought off the top of my head. Everybody here that wants to go is a delegate. Put all our names in a hat, draw the numbers.
Now that would be not a question. That would be an alternative way to do the selection. Any other questions? Parliamentary question number 4.
Jeff Strand, Senate District 59. I have 2 questions. One, would the chair describe how you will ensure that the requirements that were outlined earlier in terms of gender distribution in the plan will be met? For example, if we have a proposal to vote by CD. Second is, would the chair ensure that this pending motion to suspend the rules regarding the 2-hour limit, that is not inconsistent with the National Delegate Selection Plan summary in the official DFL call?
Please. We need to listen to each other. We're all for Bernie Sanders. And I did not understand the question, so please come back to the mic in regard to, for microphone 4, I did not understand.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
Your
Jeff
question.
Strand,
Let's do one at a time.
So we were told earlier that we had to have, in the Sanders, we had 3 female pleos, 3 male pleos, 6 at-large male, 4 female, 4 female, 2 alternates.
Yes.
So I would just ask the chair to confirm when motions are made for the selection process, there's some assurance that we're able to accurately gauge how those elections occur.
Let me answer that question first. If we break up into like sub-caucusing or something like that, there's no way to assure, but they are goals, they're not requirements. We would try our best to have each group that elects delegates to try to meet them. So the answer is it would be by chance. Now your second question?
Second question is, I just want to be certain that the pending motion to suspend the rules regarding completing the form and the requisite time period, that the parliamentarians confirm that will not conflict with the extensive rules of the selection plan in the fall.
Let's have the motion, but will the parliamentarians start thinking about that, or whether that would be against the delegate selection plan? Quick announcement.
Your resolutions forms are due in about 6 minutes. So in that back corner, that box where you see the enthusiastic people, please make sure if you have not turned in your resolutions, your platform ballot. Let's get that in.
And now the DNC results.
So the tallying has been completed by the tellers. For the female DNC position, the top 2 vote getters are Ellie Zaragoza and Lori Selner. Lori Selner. So Ellie Zaragoza received 640 and 1/2 votes. Lori Selner received 616, and I'll go through the remainder of the list of the people that were not elected. Nancy Schumacher received 462. Christine Carrigy received 354.5, and Jetty Ann Hill received 238.5. So that's the female. So again, the winners are Ellie Zaragoza and Lori Selner. For the male DNC positions, the winner is Ron Harris with 651.5 votes. The second winner is J.P. Baroni with 390.5 votes. And now the people that did not win the election: Chris Meyer with 377, Jorge Saavedra with 357.5, A.K. Hassan with 209.5, John Tollefson with 139, Soren Sorensen with 115.5, and Brian Baker with 87.5. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, with more questions, less time to go through and meet the delegates, so I want to know if there's really parliamentary questions that you have before we proceed. Let's go to microphone 2.
Hi, my name is Chris Horoshek. I'm an LGBT youth from District 8. I would like to know if we should do a sub-caucus for proportional representation from all over. That way we can get the LGBT in one group, in every group, and we can get this done a lot quicker. And then that way everyone will be represented equally.
So I've already heard 3 different ways to do a caucusing or election of the 16 delegates and the 4 alternates. But let's wait for that. No more. Are there parliamentary questions? And we can deal with election of delegates later. Microphone 3.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Earl Chesnick, DF7, Todd County. Do you have a question on the floor?
No.
I then move, being in the affirmative, that we reconsider the slate as selected by Bernie Sanders.
Is there a second to that? There is a second. Shall we make it?
second.
Shall we make it quick and move directly to a vote?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor of reconsidering the slate signify by saying aye. All opposed to the slate signify by saying no. The noes still have it. Are there any other questions? Microphone 4.
It's a motion. It's a motion.
It's a motion. You have a motion?
Yes.
Wait. Any questions? I want to deal with questions first. Motions next. Yes. Microphone 1.
Mine was just a comment. My name is Kristen Berger. I'm the precinct chair from SD 46. And my comment is that as much as I appreciate and I trust that Bernie the campaign looked into these candidates, and I appreciate them coming forward. I hope they will still continue to vigorously run their campaign. My point is that we want a chance to get to know these people. We have not had a chance to get to know them unless they're in our congressional district, and we voted for them. So that's why I voted no, and that's why I think we need an opportunity to hear from those candidates. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other parliamentary questions? Parliamentary questions. Microphone 2.
I have a question. My name is Terry Bookless, guys, and I'm wondering if the people that want to run for national delegate are still present. That would seem like an awful lot of people, and I don't believe they're still here. So is it possible that everybody that still wants to run for delegate go up on the stage in the back and all stand in a big crowd, because I believe only half that number are still present.
That's possible, Terry, but that's an impossible question to answer unless everybody rises. And still, we're only going to have a guess at that. So I'm sorry. We've got to move forward. And I'm sure if there were 198 names, that there's at least 100 candidates here. Any parliamentary questions, or I'd like to proceed with discussion of how we do the election. Is there a motion to proceed with the decision? So there is a motion and a second to proceed with selecting the process we're going to have for the election of delegates. And I'm still going to recognize your motion. So you've heard the motion. Is there any discussion on proceeding? Seeing no discussion, I'm sorry, question. Microphone 3, please.
Is it on? Yeah, no. So I rise to a question of privilege to register a complaint, and this is morally just a comment for this delegation. I don't care either way, but I want to just point out, as a member of the nominations committee, we have a slate of at-large directors that can make long-term change in the DFL and beyond. And the longer we sit here talking about delegates, which will go to the convention, are not important, but it's a one-time deal, we can make a much longer change the faster we get through this and not let the state at-large directors go to the central committee where they can make a decision that will put all of this to waste.
I count that a speech in favor of moving forward with the delegate selection process. And a motion has been made to call the question on proceeding to selecting how we are going to do the selection. And there's a second. There's no discussion on this. All in favor of proceeding with the selection of our selection process signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We will move forward. Excuse me, please. Quiet down, please. Please. We did have one motion as far as who can be candidates, and let's go to that now, and then we will have figure out a selection plan for our delegates. Microphone 1, you had a motion to suspend the rules.
My name is Ibrahim Al-Hirok, Senate District 53. I know of 2 people who couldn't put their name on the nomination just because they didn't know the rule of the 2-hour rule. So I would like to make a motion to suspend the rule of 2 hours for nomination for the delegate.
The parliamentarian will respond to the delegate selection plan.
So the motion that the delegate is making, which has not yet been seconded, is to suspend the rules to eliminate the 2-hour before election deadline for submitting candidate filings for the national delegate. So as part of the rules, there's a 2-hour deadline. The motion is to suspend the rules to get rid of that deadline so we can take forms right now. This is in order. This will follow the rules in our national delegate selection plan because Bernie has filed a waiver of review for the candidates.
Okay, you've heard his response, and there's a motion and a second. This motion is to suspend the rules to allow persons who have not fulfilled the 2-hour requirement for delegate. Are you ready to vote on that? Okay. Discussion, is there any discussion? Actually, let's at least have 2 people respond, and then we'll call a question. Yeah.
So the motion to suspend the rules really has 2 pieces. The first portion, to suspend the rules, requires a 2/3 vote and is non-debatable. If that succeeds, we will then proceed to the question of whether or not we will take that action, and that portion is debatable.
Thank you. So we will move to a vote to suspend the rules to consider people that have not filled out in advance of 2 hours a form to run as national delegate. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Now we have to talk about the different selection plans. The first idea that has come up was a plan to actually split into congressional districts and allot 2 delegates, 1 male and 1 female, to each congressional district. Why don't we, are you making that a motion? No, the gentleman behind you. He was the first one to mention a plan. Microphone 4.
Yeah, I would suggest that that would be the easiest way to split it up amongst the state. However, the concern of meeting the male and female requirements would have to be addressed. And
No, that wouldn't be a problem. 1 male and 1 female from each congressional district.
And so that would equal 16. We'd have 4 alternates to choose, and that would be done.
As a group?
Correct. Motion?
Are you making that motion?
Affirm.
What?
Yes.
Is there a second to that motion? Is there any discussion on that motion? Point of order, yes.
Is he
Microphone
referring, the Linda Stanch CD3?
Oh, yes.
Is he referring to doing it by congressional district?
Yes.
Because that would be unfair. The higher percentage of Bernie votes was in the Iron Range and the whole northern part of Minnesota. And the most Hillary votes were in the cities. So that would be unfair.
Actually, that's slightly inaccurate. I think the largest...
No, it isn't.
The largest vote for Bernie was in Minneapolis in CD5.
Well, but not in the
That's correct.
Not in the suburbs.
You are correct.
The northern part of Minnesota was full-on Bernie.
So you are opposed to the motion?
I am opposed to the motion because it would mean that CDs that didn't vote as much for Bernie would have just as many delegates as the CDs in northern
Thank you.
Minnesota.
Someone who's pro. Yes, microphone 4.
Are those statistics available
pro or con
for us to divide it equally amongst what she's referencing?
It would probably be impossible. You'd have to split people in 2. Sorry. But are you going to speak in favor of your motion?
Well, I think she has a great point. So I don't.
Do you
I'm just
withdraw
trying to
your
speed
motion?
things along.
Do you withdraw your motion?
No, if people want it, they can have it.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, is there a motion to close debate? There is a motion to close debate on this Okay, are you ready for vote? No, there's seems to be a pro. I can't read the signs back there. At microphone 3.
Pro.
Microphone 3, please.
Hello, my name is Alexander Alioto.
For what reason do you seek the microphone?
I'd like to speak out in favor of this
I'm sorry.
motion.
I'm sorry. There was a motion to end debate, and it was seconded. So we will proceed with that motion. All in favor of ending debate on the plan that was offered for congressional district, and motion is on ending the debate. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. We have ended debate. All in favor of the plan to split into 8 congressional districts and elect 1 man and 1 female in each of those caucus signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. Any other plans that would like to offer for how we do the selection process? Yes, microphone 4.
Asad Zaman, CD2. Mr. Chair, I rise to offer a proposal. I suggest that without further delay and with no more debate, every candidate who is qualified to run should be brought to the stage and they should be allowed to speak for 30 seconds only.
Is there a second to that motion? There is a second. Is there debate on that motion? Is there a first? Let's start. There is a motion to call the question on that motion. Is there a second to that? Okay, there's a motion to end debate, and there is a second, and it's not debatable. All in favor of ending debate on the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. We've ended debate. We are now going to move forward with the plan that was suggested. No, I think we have to move forward now that we've ended debate. So we have to go to the original motion. The original motion was to, no, I'm not going to recognize you. We've ended debate. So the motion was to, allow everybody to come forward, and we elect all 16 in mass here in one. Okay. Point of order, I will recognize. So hold on. Okay, there's several points of orders. Thank you. Point of order on microphone 1.
Dwayne King, Senate District 45, which is Golden Valley, Robbinsdale, Crystal, and New Hope. I believe our state constitution says the choices we have, representation or we don't. Those are the two choices we have. So I think presenting other plans is really out of order.
Well, the plan that is being offered is one of those. It would be all together. That fits one of your two categories.
Thank you.
Any other points of order? So the point of order is not well taken. Point of order on microphone 2.
Well, why are we acting like this as a majority? Andy Showalter, Senate District 41. Why are we acting like this is a majority question when the rules state that if 1/16 of us want to have walking subcaucuses, we have to have walking subcaucuses?
That is, point of order is incorrect. That is incorrect. According to the rules that were adopted for the convention that we're at, there was a requirement under Rule 35 that each presidential preference subcaucus, well, that's what this is, will determine by majority vote its own procedure for electing national delegates and alternate. So your point is not well taken. Point of order, microphone 4.
Raymond Dean, State Representative, District 59B. Welcome to my district. My question to you in point of order is, in voting on the motion that we just passed, does an individual vote for X number of female delegates and X number of male delegates? Are we breaking them out to pleos and to other individuals? Because right now, there's no method of voting.
Let me tell you what the chair's opinion of the motion to do this is, that we have a requirement to vote on the men first or the women first or vice versa, and elect those. So we will be doing it by gender to accomplish those rules.
So continuing my point of order.
Yes, point
so
of
how
order.
many votes do a delegate have for those individuals? Is it one vote for a woman and one vote for a male? Or is it one vote for each slot that has been dedicated to females and males?
My interpretation of the motion is that because we are electing 9 women and 7 men, that you would vote for 9 women and 7 men, and then the highest vote getters would win.
Thank you.
So that would be my interpretation of the motion. So your points of order are well taken. Point of order back on microphone 3.
Andrea White, I'm from Wasaga County. So my understanding of the motion, and maybe this is different than what we just said, but my understanding was that we would break up the 16 delegates into 1 male and 1 female from each congressional district, and the math doesn't work.
No,
so that's why I came down, because I
Yes.
wanted to clarify that.
Your point of order is not well taken. We've already passed that and defeated that procedure. So that procedure is over. So any other points of order related to this motion? Point of order on microphone 4.
Armando Gutierrez, SD 52. I would ask that if we could put up the chart so that it would help inform the people as to how many delegates we have to vote in.
We will be voting for 16 men.
Right. Could we put it up on the chart instead of the state convention symbol, please?
Oh, if the chart is... Okay, we'll ask that you put the slide of the delegates back up again.
Thank you very much.
Is there a motion to... Are there any points of order? Excuse me. Parliamentary points of order. Microphone 1.
I understand that the motion on the floor right now is for speakers to speak for
30 seconds. Another
Yes.
delegate has pointed out that that would be roughly about an hour and a half worth of speeches.
Yes.
I, in fact, am in support of what the Rules Committee has suggested, and I believe, and I'm asking this as a point of order, if the Rules Committee put forward 1-minute speeches.
We determine the procedure, so your point of order is not well taken. Point of information on microphone 3.
Thank you. Maybe I misheard. Will Merrill, Senate District 43. I'm just a little confused. I thought I heard somebody quite some time ago propose a motion for walking sub-caucuses. Did I mishear that?
Yes.
Maybe I did.
Yes, you did mishear it. I did not hear
Okay,
it.
thank you. That's what I needed to know.
Thank you. Is there a motion to end debate? Is there a second? All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. We will move to a vote on the motion. The motion is to have everyone elected at large. They would be probably in an alphabetical order by gender first, and then the other gender second. They would have 30 seconds to make their presentation, and then we'd move to a vote. And if we did vote on it, we would vote for 9 women and 7 men, and the highest vote getters would win, and same for the other gender. That is the motion for microphone 4. All in favor of that signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes I believe the ayes had it, but let's do a very quick standing or card vote. So please, if you're in favor of this motion, please stand and raise your delegate badge if you cannot stand. Okay, please be seated. All opposed to this motion, please stand or raise your card if you cannot. The motion succeeds. The motion passed. So we've selected a process. May I make one more suggestion? So the process is going to be all the people, and we'll choose a gender first, and they will give a 30-second speech, and then we'll vote for 9 women, and we'll vote for 9 women and 7 men. Now the question, let me raise a question as chair on whether you want to modify the procedure, and that is that the alternates, as long as we're going to follow that procedure, be the 10th and 11th woman and the 8th and 9th man. There's a motion to modify the procedure, and it's seconded. Ready for a vote? All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. We have a procedure. Everybody that will be running for national delegate will come forward in alphabetical order. But let's determine. Let me help me. Should we just... how many want the women to go first? Because there's 9 of them. How many are opposed to the women going first? It seems to be that we will go with the women first. We have a procedure, so I want to know why the delegate from microphone 3 is at the mic. Why do you want to be recognized?
I would like there to be an official timekeeper on the stage next to the person cutting them off at 30 seconds.
We're going to have a timekeeper sitting right in the front. Yes. The timekeeper is over here, and you're going to be right in front of the podium. Any other relevant questions? Yes. Number 3, microphone 3.
Yes, Nicholas Snavely, Senate District 14. I'd like to make a motion that everyone give their indication of whether or not they will be supporting Bernie if they have a contested race all the way through.
That's a suggestion. Microphone 2. You made that as...
Hi, Cash from Senate District 64.
Hold on a second. That person might have been making a motion to modify the procedure.
Yes, that was a motion. Can I get a second, please?
Please repeat it.
The motion is that for everybody we hear from, we need to know whether or not they're going to support Bernie if we have a contested race all the way through. Yes or no?
Is there a second? Second. I think there doesn't have to be any debate. All in favor of that signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. So in your 30 seconds, you have to say that whether you will support Bernie to the end of the convention. Any other relevant? Yes, microphone 1. We should probably start proceeding. We have probably 200
I'm just
people.
adding one little thing.
Microphone 1.
Okay, I'm Jean Ebbighausen from Clay County, District 7. Each person that's standing up here and talking, I think it would be a good idea if they would state their name, their location that they're from, and which categories that they would fill. That are, like if they are handicapped,
I get it,
or whatever, they can tell us that yes, they would take the Indian spot or whatever it is, so that makes it easier to fill those categories.
Please,
and I'm sorry, I meant to say Native
Wait,
American.
number 1, excuse me. Hold on. Please, we're all Sanders supporters. She was asking a legitimate question, and what I would prefer in microphone 1 is that's a suggestion rather than a motion. Microphone 1.
That's a change to the original motion to make sure that they add what categories they would fill.
Do we want to keep adding these things? I mean, these are good suggestions, but do you want to
take to just say, hi, I'm...
You know how short 30 seconds is?
Well...
Are you making it a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second to the motion to require the candidates to state their name, what else, please? Location, CD.
What categories they would fill, and what the other person said, whether they would stay with Bernie all the way.
So she was adding 3 conditions upon the candidates. There was a motion and a second. Shall we proceed to a vote? All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The noes have it. Are there any other things before we move forward with introducing the candidates? Microphone 2.
Got it. Hi, I have a question about whether people will be identifying if they're PLEO. Sorry, my name is Kashmana. I'm from SD 64. Will the delegates be identifying if they're for the PLEO or the at-large?
It has been suggested that we just run them together, and that because the definition by the party is that a PLEO is anyone is a party leader if they attended their caucus. So basically everyone here is a PLEO, so we will not be running them separately, but be running 16 for vote. Any other questions like that? That was a very good question. Microphone 2.
Hi, I'm sorry. This might be totally out of order, but
Probably.
Is there? Can I call for a motion for a walking sub-caucus? Is that?
No, we've already decided on the procedure.
Can I call? Because I know that we voted on people going up on stage, but can we vote against that in favor of a walking sub-caucus? Like, I don't know if that's possible. Okay.
Well, to do that, you would have to excuse me. To do that, there's only one procedure to do that, and that would be a motion to reconsider the decision we made. So if you want to do that, you have to make it a motion to reconsider, and it would have to be debated and voted on. And I don't see you moving to the mic.
Okay. No,
are you making a motion?
I would like to push forward a motion to reconsider in favor of a walking sub-caucus.
Okay. There's a motion and a second.
That's kind of what you want to do, right?
Okay,
That is where...
Let's go. This is going backwards, but that's the motion before you. It might be easier, might be faster. But let's move forward with a vote. All those in favor of reconsideration of the motion for how we do the selection signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The noes appear to have it. So, any other points of order or questions? Yes, microphone 3. Microphone 3. It's just have to wait.
I would like to propose a motion to
Please, everybody.
I'd like to propose a motion to reconsider the process by, wait, this is going to be faster, just hear me out. We elect 2 males and two females from each congressional district. Wait, listen. 2 males, 2 females from each congressional district. And then once we have that, that'll fill the requirements for the females, which we need 9 of those people. Then they can give speeches, we all elect on it, and we go home. It's going to be faster than walking subcaucus. 30 seconds, you will get nothing but a person's name. You will not get if they are how their experience with the Bernie campaign. 30 seconds is nothing. You will not understand what's going on. This is a better procedure. It'll be faster. Split in our congressional districts, 2 males, 2 females. We all elect from that group up here, and we go home.
Michael, I apologize. Please listen. I'm going to rule that the motion is out of order for 2 reasons. One is that we can't elect two men and women from each congressional district. That would be too many. It would have to be 1 and 1. And the other is that we've already debated this. And microphone 3.
Sure. I need to make a clarification. We are electing 2 from each congressional district to go up and give the speeches. So there will only be 16 females and 16 males. And of that, we will elect 9 females and we will elect 7 males. And it will give a fair shot to everybody. It will give a fair representation of the congressional districts here. It's a form of voting.
I would point out that this is something that the group has already decided. It's the same thing as what was... Tell me the difference, please, Michael, at microphone 3.
The difference is that he's saying, what was considered before is if we picked them from the congressional district and they would go to the national convention. He's saying we just narrow it down in our congressional districts. Then we put all the people we narrowed it down to up there, and then we all pick from that smaller group.
Okay, I did not understand that. So now it's different, and I need... Tell me if this is correct. You are moving to reconsider the decision of electing at large to a 2-step process that we'd break up in congressional districts. Each congressional district would forward how many people to the...
2 from each, 2 female and 2 male from each congressional district. They will forward it.
That would be 32 people, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so now you've heard motion to reconsider the motion to adopt a different plan, and that different plan would be to break up by congressional districts, and you'd elect 2 men and 2 women to be forwarded to the full body, and then we'd have a second vote with the finalists being the 32 remaining delegates.
Correct. 16 females, 16 males, and we decide.
Is there a second to that motion to reconsider? Are you ready for a vote?
Yes.
All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The noes have it. We are moving forward with the procedure to introduce everybody, and I don't see any reason why we shouldn't move forward unless there are points of order. I don't want any more speeches, please. Are there any points of order? There's a point of order at microphone 1.
I have a question. If I'm Jim Leitner from Senate District 46, and I'm wondering if we have the 10th candidate be the alternate, is that legal according to the Democratic rules or not? Or does that have to be a separate election?
I'd ask the parliamentarian to see if that would fit the delegate selection plan. He says yes.
Okay.
Points of order. Points of order. I don't see any points of order up there. Microphone 2.
Okay.
My name is Evan David. I'm from Congressional District 8, Senate District 6. We have already voted on a method for determining our delegates.
That's correct.
We have voted to reconsider that method,
Twice.
and it was not passed. What are we still doing?
I don't think that's a point of order, but it's a very good question, and so I would like to move forward. Does the caucus want to move forward with the system that we selected? All in favor of moving forward signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. It's clear that we are going to move forward with the process that was adopted. And I'm not going to recognize any other, I don't know what. No, I don't think, excuse me, I'd like your help. We have several people at the microphone who might want to speak to what's going on or amend what's going on, and I need your guidance on whether you would like to hear from the people that are at the microphones. I will accept points of order only. So, what's your guidance? Should we move forward or not? Okay, I will recognize only points of order. Sorry. Point of order on microphone 1.
Yes, we're saying 30 seconds.
Yes.
And so if we could cut the mic at the 30 seconds, then we wouldn't have people go over. So it's a point of procedure, if that's the term?
That isn't a point of order, so I'd rule it out of order, and we will have a timer in front. Are there any other points of order? Microphone 4, which I'm wondering about.
Thank you. Margie Simon from Congressional District number 5. I don't know what you call this. All I know is it's next to impossible for me to hear anything because there's so much talking. And if we have a group of people that comes up and only has 30 seconds, we're going to miss it all unless we all quiet down.
That's an excellent point of order, and the chair agrees with your point of order. Please, we need to settle down and speak less. Points of order only. Points of order, I don't see a sign that says point of order. I only see other. Okay, now I see a point of order at microphone 3.
Point of order, Frank Brown, SD 59, CD 5. We have voted and moved to proceed with this procedure, and we keep opening up these mics for supposed points of orders and questions and all this other stuff. I think my point of order is that we need to move on and let's get this done.
Except that took another 30 seconds. Only points of order, nothing else. Point of order, microphone 4.
Mark McKenna, SD 51. Does this process provide candidates who aren't here any means to have their names out and be voted upon, or do you have to be here in order to be voted on?
I'm afraid that you probably have to be here. I would probably recognize a substitute. Okay. Really, these are this is enough, isn't it? Okay, we're going to move forward with the process. We're ending questions and we're ending points of order, and I'm sorry for those that still have points of order. We just have to move forward. Otherwise, we're going to be here for 3 more hours, and we might be anyway. So now the women have been selected first, and so what I'd like someone to help me out is to come. Would about 1, 2, 3, 4? Would 6 people come forward and get all the names of the people that have said they want to run for delegate, and please pass out these forms that will identify you so that you can keep track of people. And why don't you give me one? We will not be using the screen, so this will help you to keep track of the people. Now, this is an alphabetical list. This is an alphabetical list. It does not distinguish between male and female. And so what I want all the candidates to do to get up, and especially the women that last name starts with A or B, please come forward over to this side, and we're going to go in this direction. They're going to give a 30-second speech, and then they're going to go in this direction, and I want the speakers to wait on stage until all of the females have spoken, and then you make a decision. Now, this sheet should help you keep notes of everybody, so I want to wait until it's passed out before we start asking the women to come forward. I don't see any women that have a last name that starts with A or B coming forward. Please come forward right away. And then when you get there, you decide which will be first based on your alphabet. Why don't you wait there, and why don't you talk to whoever's there and see who is going to be first by alphabet. Last name. So talk to each other to see who is going to be first, second, or third. Who does not have the list yet? There's in the back. So could someone bring some lists back to the back on my right-hand side and the back on the left-hand side? I hesitate to do this, but microphone 2 for a point of order.
This is a question for the body. If anybody has a visual impairment and cannot read their ballot, I will help you with the ballot if you need it.
Thank you for that announcement. Okay, has everybody got the list? Back there, could someone bring some lists back to the far left? Yes. May I have your attention, please? This is important. Please, can I have your attention? Please. This is a list that was produced Thursday. And so there are people that are not on this list. So the women that are not on this list, if your name is not on here, and you filled out a form, you will come after the A through Z that's on the list, and then you will, the people here will have the opportunity to write those in on the sheet of paper or make notes. So that's how we're going to do it. We're going to go through the A through Z of the women that are on the list, and the people that are not on the list will come after that and identify themselves. Okay, does everybody have a list? We will proceed then. I'm sorry. Say that again. When they come forward, they will say you will be identified. So, yes. Oh, good, good. Yes. Okay. You want to do that? Or do you want me to? No. Introduce them one at a time. I'm not sure how. I was planning on just going down and guessing. The first one was Stella. Oh. Okay. Okay.
And I can pull it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, now the other women should start coming to the list in alphabetical order. And I see they're going down the line. Talk to who you're around to make sure in alphabetical order. And the first person to... Okay, I'm ready to introduce the first person, and that appears to be Lisa Bender.
All right, 30 seconds. My name is Lisa Bender, and I am the only city elected official in Minneapolis who endorsed and campaigned for Bernie Sanders. I was honored to be added to his slate from the campaign. In 2 years in office, I have been a tireless progressive voice, most recently leading the way to pass the first paid sick time law in the state of Minnesota. I will bring that kind of values-driven and tenacious leadership to the convention for Bernie. I endorsed him because Bernie Sanders knows the time has passed for incrementalism and Band-Aids, and he is proposing the kinds of changes we need now. Like Bernie, I'm the kind of leader who fights for everyone without fear of rocking the boat or challenging the status quo. I support Bernie 100% all the way, and I ask for your support. Lisa Bender for National Delegate.
And I hope you will note that she was not on the list, so I'm going to modify slightly. We're going to do this alphabetical order, and you come forward and note whether you're on the list. So you should add Lisa Bender to your list. Okay? The next woman who alphabetically fits.
I am a Bernie Sanders all the way individual. I am a retired social worker who has worked with and advocated for the needs of, Terry Bookless Geis. No books, Bookless Geis. I have advocated for the needs of homeless families and mentally ill. I am raising my granddaughter. My personality is one that is community-minded. I have phone banked, canvassed extensively for Bernie, sometimes in below freezing weather. Please vote for me.
And the next woman.
Hi everyone, my name is Margaret Breen. I just turned 18 this year, so this is the first presidential election that I get to be a part of. I was an intern at Bernie Sanders' St. Paul office. I was there the first day it opened, and I was there pretty much every day in the weeks leading up to the caucus, directly working for Emily Jensen, our caucus coordinator. I also led caucus trainings for first-time attendees at my high school, which was Southwest High School in Minneapolis. I'm going to McAllister in the fall. I went to see Bernie Sanders the very first time he came.
Okay, both of the last two women were on the list. The next person in alphabetical order, who's there? Would some woman please come forward?
Hello, my name is Yishu Dai, and I'm a student at St. Olaf College. I was on the Bernie Sanders slate, and I'm not sure how I'm on there, but I've been involved with the Bernie campaign since last summer and helped campaign in Iowa the entire January leading up to the caucus there, and then I campaigned here in Minnesota, Rice County, because Bernie's message deeply resonated with me. As a first-generation immigrant that has newly gained citizenship, I am behind Bernie's ideals for equal opportunity and all his other. Thank you.
Isha is on the list. The next person in line, please. Please. Please, who's next in line? Are you next in line? There you.
Hi, I'm Brenda Erickson. I'm from Senate District 64. Every time I see Bernie Sanders or hear him speak, it just makes me smile. I just saw his cardboard cutout over there, and it just makes me feel good. I would really love to represent him and his values at the national convention. I hope that you will vote for me for national delegate, and I will support Bernie all the way. Thank you.
Brenda is on the list. And who is next?
Hi, my name is Siri Everett. I'm from CD2. The reason I'm running for national delegate is I'm a special education teacher. And so I know just how important this election is. My students ask me, Miss Siri, why do people hate me because I'm Muslim? These are the ideologies that we're challenging when we go to Philadelphia. So So please vote for me, Siri Everett from CD2. Thank you.
Now, I believe she wasn't on the list. The next.
My name is Ashley Fairbanks. I also am not on the list for some reason. I'm from 63, SD63 and CD5. I wasn't on the slate because I'm like a billionaire political insider, but because I'm a tireless organizer for sovereignty and indigenous rights and DFL issues. I'm a progressive. I'll support Bernie all the way through the convention. And I'm here, vote for me because Native people are the most underrepresented people in this nation. And we have a real chance today to elect delegates that reflect people who need to be at the table. Thank you.
Add her to your list. And next.
Hello, my name is Stacy Garderbrecht. I reside in 4th Congressional District, Senate District 42, Ramsey County, suburb of St. Paul. From day one, I've been an unshaken Bernie supporter. It has been what has gotten me here today. I felt it was too important to do little to nothing before the November election. I caucused and voted for Sanders, and I was a teller, and it was a really, really close call. And it's going to be close in Philadelphia, and I'm going to be there all the way. We have great delegates. Thank you.
She is on the list. Next.
Hello, my name's Dottie Gilkison. I'm a DFL activist for 30 years, a DFL inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2013. This is my point right now. Take the cap off of Social Security and make the big boys pay for it. Health care. We need to get the superdelegates to go for Bernie. I know the superdelegates. They're right here on this list, and they're my good friends. Thank you.
She and the next person are on the list.
Hi, my name is Mara Glupka, and I'm a transgender woman. Something that didn't get mentioned a lot here today, in spite of the fact that it's the hot button issue of the Republican Party this year, which is somewhat disappointing to me. So I wanted to voice that. I would support Bernie all the way, and my top issues, aside from transgender rights, would be climate change, number one, inequality, number two, wealth and income inequality. Thank you. Oh, did I not say my name? My name is Mara Glupka, CD5, SD50. Sorry.
I'm Amber Green, single mom, descendant of Bad River, Chippewa. Everyone I've talked to today has seen that I'm friendly and diplomatic, but I've had to fight at every interval in life. I'm strong and resilient, and I'll fight for Bernie Sanders until the bitter end. I'm Amber Green. Social justice, Bernie Sanders, feel the burn.
Greetings, Julian Jackson, CD5, SD59. I'm a disabled senior, low income on Social Security, all the way for Sanders, an African-American woman. Youth development is a priority, as well as health and education for all. I've been a longtime precinct caucus chair, a longtime head judge for the city of Minneapolis, gone to a number of conventions, but never as a delegate. I hope that you will find it in your heart to think me worthy of representing you at the convention as a delegate.
You would have to add her to your list. Next.
Hi, my name is Ashley Jordan. I am very excited to be here today. How about political revolution? We need change now. We need change for student loan reform. We need change for social justice, racial equality. What I've been doing, been actively a part of DFL and a strong progressive and also a member of the business community. I will continue to be a strong progressive. Sorry.
Hi. Hi, my name is Jamie Katz. I'm 43 years old today, and I'm so happy I'm spending it with all of you.
Thank you. I was really moved this morning by a very brave African American man named Seymour who almost got kicked out as a delegate alternate for the crime of running against an endorsed candidate. How many people of color are getting endorsed, right? And so is this policy racist? Okay.
Hi there, my name is Teresa Khan, and I, along with you, we represent the 99%. And what we know is that I'm with Bernie Sanders 100%, and I would be, if I go to Philadelphia, I will be with him until I come home and pass. I just want to say that we've all been affected by a government that does not work for the 99%. I've been affected at work, I've been affected at home and in my community. At work, I work for a program that determines eligibility for people for health care. Guess what? All people should be eligible for health care.
My name is Danielle Karsov. I live in Shakopee in CD2. I think Bernie's just great. He's very inspiring. I'm a mother, and I think that the best thing that we can do is leave something for our children. Like education and healthcare would be a really great thing to have, and I think Bernie can really do it and get people excited about things. And here we all are.
Hello, my name is Karen McConnell. I am from Martin County, which is in CD1. I'm the Vice Chair of Senate District 23. I am a school social worker at Martin County West. I'm a proud member of Education Minnesota. I have been supporting Bernie since he announced. I went to Iowa, door knocked in whole January, got the record number of people to the Martin County caucus. Please vote for me, Karen McConnell.
Hi, my name's Deanna Murphy. That's DEANNA-MURBHY. I fit 3 of the categories that they're looking for. I'm bisexual, I am disabled, and a woman of color. This huge election cycle is everything for me, and it's everything for all of us. I want to say that this may not make everyone happy, but I am Bernie or bust. And if you send me to Philadelphia, there is no way that I will not represent the votes of Minnesotans who want to see Bernie Sanders for president. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Shana Valdez of CD4, and as a national delegate, I will fight till the end to convince my fellow delegates to get behind the candidate who gives us the best chance to keep the White House blue this fall. I have done mental health counseling and now do case management with people who have disabilities, including many Spanish-speaking people. You know, Paul Wellstone and his passionate speeches motivated me to get involved in politics when I was young. As Paul said, politics isn't about big money, it's about making a positive impact on all people's lives. Please vote Shana Valdez. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Carolyn Williams, and I'm from CD6, and I'm feeling the burn. I agree with so much that Bernie stands for. Bernie has shown us that people are progressive and disgusted with the status quo. And I'm feeling the burn for a stronger, progressive platform. Oh, sorry, but please, I will continue and won't stop until Bernie decides what he wants to do. I will have him, giving him all my support. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Fortune Wali. I'm from CD5. As you can tell, I'm a Muslim woman. Senator Sanders is Jewish. Sending a Muslim woman to support a Jewish senator sends a message. Politics of inclusion, not politics of hatred and division. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nicole Schaefer, and I'm from CD6. I'm a social worker that's passionate about drug policy. I have lived with, worked with adolescents, loved and lost people with chemical and mental health issues. I have watched opportunities and potential be lost by these issues being left to the criminal justice system. I'm dedicating my life to the changes that are needed, and Bernie is the candidate to help these changes happen. Both chemical health, criminal justice, healthcare for all, and college for all make big changes when it comes to drugs. Thanks.
My name is Linda Stanch, S-T-A-N-C-H. I'm from CD3. I live in Bloomington. I'm a retired lawyer living on Social Security. I'm also disabled. I am Bernie or bust, 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 bust. Yay, Bernie!
The next person is Susan Wolf, and she has a breathing disorder, and she's asked for 35 seconds instead of 30. Is there any objection to that? There are no objections. Susan Wolf.
I can do it in 35. I'm Susan Wolf. I'm an Aspergian. I am a medically fragile cancer survivor. As an individual on the spectrum, I have always flirted around the edges of societal norms, and I know what it's like to be other. I was a Minneapolis high school teacher for 14 years. I served the most vulnerable, most invisible, and most creative individuals. I know what it's like to struggle. I raised 3 autistic children alone.
Hey everybody, my name is Nelsie Kalia Yang. I'm 21 years old and I attend Minnesota State University Mankato. I'm a Hmong American, and I want to say right here and right now, I am the only Hmong American in Minnesota who is running to go to nationals, and I've always dreamt of going to nationals. This is my first time voting in a presidential election, and I would really like to ask for your support to send me to nationals. One thing that I am really pushing for is racial equity. One thing that I will say is that I'm really tired of the mass incarceration of my black brothers and sisters, and I really want there to be a stop to that. Thank you so much.
Hi, I am Denise Piratos. I'm a member of the Boys Fort Band of Chippewa, but I'm also representing Congressional District 8. I'm a steel worker. My background is I'm a veteran. I was a sergeant in the Army. I had 5 Army Achievement Medals. I have 2 degrees from the MIT architecture degree. I worked as an architect for 15 years, and I came home to take care of my dad, and the only job I could get was in the steel industry. But I'm also for clean water. Denise Piratos.
Hi, my name is Freda Velkovich, and I've been an independent since 1972. Fast forward to last summer when I heard about Bernie, and I did some research on him and agreed with absolutely everything he thought. So I started organizing all through greater Minnesota for him. I've given caucus training at the library. I've brought new people into the process, and I really want to go to Philadelphia and fight for Bernie today.
Good afternoon. I'm Erica Schleger de Santos. I'm from Senate District 46. Together we can restore the earth. We can invert the relationship between the human economy and the environment. With Bernie Sanders, I believe we can do this. I'm a member of IETSC Local 13, and I want to put a shout out to all the men and women who are handling the lighting and sound and projection, and give them a big round of applause for 26 years. Together we rise.
My name's Heather Adams, and I've already been elected to be a national delegate, but my friend, Colleen Nocerini, has been on staff for Bernie since Minnesota, and she's running to be a delegate. But quickly, She was a field organizer in Minnesota and Wisconsin, organized canvassing and phone banks, ran offices. She was on turnout staff in Colorado and Iowa, made sure delegates showed up to conventions such as this. And then she went to Kentucky and was on advanced staff, helped, and now she's in California. So, Colleen Nocerini. Thank you.
My name is Anita Reyes. I am the Vice Chairman of the Monoman County DFL Party. I am Native. It is said that it would be appreciated if there were 2 Native delegates. The count was 3. That's it? Oh, 15 seconds. Again, Natives are underrepresented in their own countries. Native representatives should not be underrepresented, nor shall any other more be represented than a Native.
Hi, how's everybody doing? I need you to repeat in your loudest voice, we will win. One more time, we will win. My name is Shakia McDavid. I am 23 years old. This was my first year caucusing. I'm a recent Columbia graduate. I am for Bernie all the way. I would love to go to Philadelphia to represent the young DFLers. I would love to be there. I'm all for the people, for the voice of the people. I am for racial equality. I am for social justice. I am for transgender rights. I am for everything that the people are for, and I want to be there to support Bernie, and I want you guys to want me to be there to support Bernie. Shakia McDavid, thank you.
Hello, fellow delegates, bonjour. I'm Jessica Monette from CD5. I am the sole Cannabis Caucus candidate. I've been obsessed with Bernie's work since I was with the Socialist Alternative in college. But I believe that cannabis is be a major tool in helping with social justice issues, economic fecundity. I work extensively with Native and Indigenous rural populations and business development. I believe that I do have what it takes and the passion to represent what we believe in Minnesota as well as around the country. Miigwech. Jessica Monette.
Okay. My name is Marquita Stevens, and I have a long history of involvement in the Democratic Party. I'm from CD4, and locally I've served the Senate District as a convener, a precinct chair, director, and most recently the campaign manager of the first African-American woman elected in our district. If we had sub-caucus, my theme would have been the ayes have it, immigration, inclusiveness, and an end to income inequality. I work in the suburban school district, and in one of the elementary. Okay. Vote for Marquita Stevens.
Hi everyone, I'm Rebecca Rosbach. I'm a proud engineer at 3M. I also work at the Ordway Center for the Performing Arts as a barista because I'm one of the many millennials with heavy student debt. I'm very proud to support Bernie Sanders. I've been involved in political activism with my dad since I was a little girl, and I'm happy that we finally have a candidate that we want to support all the way. Thank you, Rebecca Rosbach.
I'm DeCourcy Squire from CD5, and I'm retiring from Hennepin County Medical Center. I've been supporting Bernie Sanders ever since he announced I'll be going home tonight to make some more calls to California. And I've been an activist all my adult life, and he is involved in the issues that I've been passionate about. I think the upcoming election is probably one of the most important ones in my lifetime, and I think the convention is going to be very contentious.
Rebecca?
DeCourcy Squire. It's on the list. Squire is the last name.
Minnesota. My name is Erica Onsrud, and I am on the list, O-N-S-R-U-D. I am a strong Bernie or Bust supporter. I have been volunteering and active for many years. I've been phone banking for Bernie since January. I'm an independent health insurance broker. Healthcare is a human right. Let's put my business out of business. I am Erica Onsrud, and I would be proud to represent you in Philadelphia. I have the means to travel. I would love to be your at-large delegate. Thank you very much, Erica Onsrud.
Hello, my name is Katie Westland. This national is not, if it's contested, I will not be a flip-flopper. That is my main concern. I will vote for Bernie every single time there is a vote for Bernie. I'm half Spanish and Mongolian, half Swedish and Norwegian. I'm Ward 1, Precinct 5, 14B, District 6, married mom of 4 boys. I'm also bi, and I work for a cybersecurity company. If you do not vote for Katie Westland, please also vote for Fred Avokovich. Vote for Deanna Murphy.
Quite a few of the people dropped off the list. So those are the women, and I'm suggesting that we vote on the women right now while you remember who they are. You want them all to come back? I hope you took notes, and because otherwise I'm not sure we can get them back up here in the same order they presented them. I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. I can't say the names because I don't have the right list. Okay, I'll leave it up to the caucus. Do you want, the question will be, or the suggestion, and I'm going to take it as a motion, was to have each of the candidates come up here and we would state their name. The second, or the other option, is to vote. Now, so the first option was to state the names of everybody who ran. That's all in favor of that, signify by saying aye. All opposed, say no. Okay, that's pretty clear. Okay, well, we got to keep going. They can't come back. Okay, hold on. Let's proceed with a vote. We need tellers to pass out the ballots. And what I need is a volunteer or 2 from each section. There's 6 sections, and I'd like 2 volunteers from this section. I see 1 and 2. Okay, the ballots are going to be over here. Will you go over here? Are there 2 volunteers from this section? 1 and 2. Go over and get the ballots and pass them out just in your section. Are there volunteers from that section over there? Wait. Volunteers for that section over there? There, 1 and 2. Please come forward to get the ballots and pass them out in that section. In the section back there, are there 2 people who will pass out ballots? 1, 2, come on forward. Now, you people that are doing this, look at the badge to make sure they are delegates or upgraded alternates. 2 volunteers from this group in the middle. 1, 2, come forward and get the ballots and pass them out in that section. And the last section over there, 2 volunteers. There's 1. I see 1. I need another volunteer from that section to pass out the ballots. Are you going to? Okay, there's number 2. Please come forward and get the ballots and pass it out in that section. This is a point of order. We're in the middle of voting. Come here. This point of order was well taken. Please pay attention. Before we vote, I'm going to read the DFL affirmative action statement, and you are reminded about what I spoke of, either about our goals. Excuse me, please pay attention. The DFL seeks to end discrimination and bigotry in all its forms and to inspire broad participation in our party. As part of our commitment to outreach and inclusion, we will take affirmative steps to increase the participation of members of all underrepresented communities. When you vote today, remember this commitment. It includes electing members of underrepresented communities to positions both within the DFL party and public office. Okay, we are voting. I don't recognize an other. Is there a point of order? There is a point of order. This is what we are voting, so point of order on number 3.
Hello.
I hope this is a point of order.
It's a point of order regarding the voting.
Please.
I'm from a half vote county. Are our votes still half votes, or do we count as full votes for these?
Is a parliamentarian? Full votes here in the caucus.
These are all full votes. Okay.
Point of order on 1.
Tom Pearson, Congressional District 5. Several names, especially those not on the list, are not clear. Is there a way we could have the names not on the list listed on the screen so that we know who we're voting for and the ballots are clear?
There's no way, there was no way to get everybody's name on the screen. I'm sorry, I asked you to look at the list and to make notes of those that were not on the list.
They were not clear as they were spoken, and they were not clearly written.
Well, try your best. Point of order. 1.
How many names are we putting on each ballot?
9. You're voting for 9 and you're signing the back of the document. You're voting for 9 women. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. We are voting for 9, but the first highest 9 voter getters will be delegates, and the 10th and 11th will be alternates. But you can vote up to 9. You don't have to. You can't vote for someone more than once. And other points of order. Points of order on 2.
Yep. I'm William Martin at CD8, and I'm wondering if we can get the slate list back up on the monitor.
I think we probably cannot do that. Sorry. Point of order is not well taken. Point of order on number 3.
Michael Mayo, CD8. I'd like to make a point of order. We never actually closed the floor, so people could actually vote multiple times. So if we can make an order to close the floor so that people can't be coming on and off, that kind of stuff.
Thank you. I would like to announce that the floor is now frozen. Okay. Point of order. 1. I'm sorry.
My name is Tricia Rankin Sebastian. I'm with CD5, and I have a point of order. If we have, or maybe it's a question, if we remember details about the candidate but do not remember how to spell their name, can we do it that way?
It'll be like advertising for that person. I apologize. I'm not sure we can do that. Will you ask around to check with others on how to do the spelling? Thank you. Point of order on microphone 2. Oh, I'm sorry. Point of order on microphone 4.
Hi, I actually was going around because I have what I call a fur trader French Native American last name. It's Monette, and it is kind of hard projection-wise to hear like the literal translation of some names. So I just wanted to point that out, and I feel that maybe if other people have similar ethnic names that might be hard and they don't get to see it or people misplace the sheets, that they can have a chance to come up as point of order and just reiterate it and spell it again.
And is that you?
Yeah, Monette. Yeah, Monet. But I do feel that all the other fellow delegate candidates should be able to if they have a difficult.
I appreciate what you're saying, but that is not a point of order. So, what? Okay. Any other points of order? Point of order on number 1. Or do you have a point of order on microphone 1? No. No points of order. Good. We're done with points of order. You're all voting. Voting for 9, up to 9, excuse me. And you're signing the back of the ballot. Now, the people that passed out the ballot, will you please collect the ballots from your area? Sign your ballot on the back. Otherwise, it'll be thrown out. And now I'm going to need some volunteers to be the to count the ballots. I see a point. First of all, let me get this. Anyone who would like to volunteer who is not running for delegate will please come forward to the gentleman here in the front, and we will move to another area where you will count the ballots. Okay, there's one. Please come up over here, and then I'll do the point of order. Here's another. There's another. Oh, they're doing ballots. Will you help count? Here's help counting. Tell me how many you're going to get. The people who are willing to count should go out to the hall, right out this door. Make sure you voted first. Now I see 2 points of order. Okay, I see for the first point of order was on microphone 3. That's you, gentlemen.
If the names are misspelled, does that mean that the ballot is considered spoiled? What would constitute a spoiled ballot?
Well, first of all, if you don't sign the back, it's a spoiled ballot. If you have anywhere between 1 or 9 female votes on the front of the ballot, that is okay. If you have more than 9, that's a spoiled ballot. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Point of order, where else? Microphone 2.
Good. Any more? John Hall, CD3, Senate District 34, Nominations Committee. I would like to bring it to everyone's attention that if you leave here after this, we still have business, the presidential electors, and you also have the State Central Committee. If we leave and a quorum is called, and there is not enough people to fill this hall for a quorum, it will be sent to the State Central Committee, and your votes will not count.
It's not a point of order, but a point of information. Please stay. For Bernie Sanders, make sure you stay. Point of order on microphone 3.
Point of order, will any of those people who are going to count for the female delegates, will they still be able to vote for the male delegates, seeing as they're busy counting?
I will ask the head teller, Mr. Head Teller. Okay, hold on, we're going to have an answer to that.
All right. Here's what we're thinking. We're thinking that so many of you will be wanting to be tellers, because we need you, that we would do the male delegate vote and not begin the count until we've also completed the voting for male delegate, so people do not have to leave the floor. So, but be thinking about how fun it will be to spend some time counting these, because we'll need 30 of you. We'll meet in the green room. We have a room set up where we'll be able to assist you in your tally. So we're going to vote first. We'll have the men speak, vote on the men, then we'll go back and start tallying. Thank you.
Okay, any other? How is the voting going? Do you have a point of order? On microphone 4.
Jeff Strand, Senate District 59, as at least one of my male candidates has left to handle some biological function. Could the chair make sure that you unfreeze and have an announcement made for any people who may have had to leave the room momentarily?
Yes, that's a good point, and I will do that. How is the point of? Do you have a point of order on 3, or are you just waving at me? Okay. I see no more points of order. So let me assess how the voting is done. How many people have not turned in their ballot? Will you please stand? How many people have not turned in their ballot yet? Please stand. Will someone please get the... Okay, is everybody in... Please pay... Everybody in this section. Is there anyone in this section that has not turned in their ballot? Seeing none, anyone in this section, please pay attention. Everyone in this section, have you turned in your ballot? Has anyone not turned in your ballot? Please stand. Okay, everyone's turned in. In this section, has everyone turned in their ballot? Please stand if you have not. Back there, has everyone turned in their ballot? If not, please stand. There's one. Who is going to collect that ballot? Okay. Everyone in this middle section, have you voted and had your ballots collected? Everybody's okay? And that section over there, has everybody voted and had their ballot collected? Okay, I see the last one collected. And so there's only one, so we could proceed. Shall we proceed? Okay. Is Emily around? Oh. Okay, could the men start lining up over here, and as much as possible be in alphabetical order? And this time you've heard the questions. You've heard the questions that were raised. People can't remember some names, so use the list to make sure you mark down a list and make notes on them if you would like. And that is the only information you're going to have to vote with. So remember that. And if they're not on the list, make sure you write down their name. Point of order on microphone 1.
Faith Kidder, Senate District 63. I just want to know whether the floor is frozen while we hear the men.
Sorry, good point. It was raised earlier. The floor is now unfrozen. And would people in the hallway please announce that we are about ready to listen to the men and have them come in. So the floor is unfrozen because everyone has voted.
Okay. That's not going to go well. Yeah, so they'll just... I'm going through the line again. You don't have to know.
Okay.
Easier. Fun to watch, though.
I appreciate that. I see an other at microphone 3. Please. Microphone 3, what do you want?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
My question is, I see a lot of delegate candidates announcing that they are Bernie or bust, and that is in direct opposition to the pledge that we sign when we turn in our form for nomination, that we want to run. I'm just wondering if that is a conflict of interest.
I'm going to rule that they can say anything they want. So your point is not well taken. Okay, are you ready to listen to the male candidates? 30 seconds, we need the timekeeper again. Please, I would like silence before we start. Silence before we start. Okay, we're going to follow the same procedure, 30 seconds, and we're not going to follow alphabetical order so much, but we're going to try. I'm sorry, if you ask people to spell their name, do you realize how much of that, how many seconds that is of their 30 seconds? Say that again. I'm sorry, we're going to follow the same procedure we did with the women. And the candidates, if they want to receive your vote, they will have to identify themselves very well. All the men, you can hear this. There's been some identification problems. So if you want to win their votes, make sure they know who you are. And then hold them out. How do we handle that? Before 8:30? Okay. Well,
And they're worried about it.
we should probably be able to get through this.
How many?
There's less than 40. That would be 20 minutes. Okay, I want to share with you that we've received a request that before 8:30 there is a request by the Muslim community in our party to have a prayer break, but there are 45 people in line. If we move fastly and quick, we should be able to finish by then. So I'm going to go ahead and proceed, and we will try our best to reach that goal to accommodate our Muslim brothers who are here today who need to take a prayer break. So with the men, please come forward. I think you have a slip, and you filled out a slip with your name on it, and you're going to turn it in.
Hi, I'm Gabe Adderhold. I'm proud to be on that Bernie slate. I'm proud to be a young, black, gay American for Bernie Sanders. We're going to take this political revolution to Philadelphia. The media wants to call this race over. 62% of Minnesotans want a word with CNN and NBC executives. We're taking it to the floor. We're going to reform the superdelegate process. Enough is enough. Saying Donald Trump and the Republicans are bad is not enough. We need a party to be proud of. If you send me to the DNC, they might not like me, but there's going to be change. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Israel Aranda. I'm on the list. I'm the 11th person down. I'm a Bernie supporter through and through. I'm from Lakeville, Minnesota, so I support the suburbs. I am an educator. I teach at El Colegio High School, and I inspire young minds every day. I'm looking for your support to bring equity over equality. What's the difference? Flint, Michigan. Most homeowners have access to water. Homeowners in Flint, Michigan had access to lead-contaminated water. So I'm also a labor organizer. Many bank workers are in public assistance. They shouldn't be. We want to change that and much more. My name is Israel Aranda. Please support me. Thank you.
Ready? Jeff Arneson from Mower County. Okay, I've been a social democrat since 1970. I've been aligned with Bernie since before I even heard of him. Bernie wants to have universal health care, not Hillary. Free college, not Hillary. Against the Iraq War, worst mistake in U.S. history, not Hillary. Revolution, not slow change. Tax the rich, feed the poor, till there are no rich no more, poor no more. Sorry. Bye.
My name is... Oh. I'm sorry. Got it. Hi, my name is Jeff Anschus. I'm a gay man who's been fighting for equal rights for his entire life. And I'm asking for your vote because I do not trust Hillary Clinton. Please send me to Philadelphia to represent your voice and support Bernie Sanders to be President of the United States of America. ANSHUS, Jeff. Bernie or bust.
Hi, my name is Michael Barefoot, CD4, SD64. I just want to start by saying that everyone in this thing will make good delegates. We'll all fight for Bernie's platform. We'll all fight to remove Wasserman Schultz. We'll all fight to get rid of the superdelegates. We've all worked hard for him. We've made calls. We've gave money. Some of us have knocked on doors. What sets me apart is I'm not a middle-aged white man, which CD4 elected for our males. And I grew up poor, and the policies that Bernie...
This is for the men. By some yelling, I can tell that people have not heard names. So be very clear with your name. Barefoot, Michael Barefoot.
I'm Barry Bershow, B for both first and last names. I'm on the list, the only one with a B in both, age 69. I'm a virgin, at least in terms of going to national conventions. Last 2 years, I've ridden my bicycle from here to Toronto and here to New Orleans. I have the stamina to be with Bernie to the very end. I'm a physician with climate change and single payer as my issues. Barry Burshow.
Hi, my name is Deepak Bhaskar. I'm the 21st person on the list. I'm from SD 44, CD 3, and I'm a Kenyan-born immigrant and engineer. I've been in Minnesota for 25 years. I support Bernie for equal pay, for equal work. I support Bernie for climate change and a lot of other items like tax reform, infrastructure crumbling, immigration reform, free college, and I hope I get your support. Thank you.
Hello, I'm JT Bozer from Senate District 14, CD6, St. Cloud, Minnesota. I identify as non-binary and I will fight for national recognition. I am disabled. I'm finally looking out on the other side of 4 hard years dealing with mental illness. I want to become more involved now that that's happened, and mostly in honor of my friend Angela Amick from St. Cloud, who passed in March after losing her battle with mental illness. Again, I am JT Bozer. Thank you. Vote for me.
Good evening, everyone. This is going to be short and sweet because I am short and sweet. My name is Hunter Cantrell. I come from the 56th Senate District, Congressional District number 2. The war on drugs has been used as a tool of racism and continues to be used as such. Bernie Sanders wants to legalize marijuana. I say we let him because marijuana is made illegal because black people used it. It is still used as a tool of social subversion today. And I ask you, please end the war on drugs. Send me to the convention and I will fight for you. Down with the corporate aristocracy. Thank you.
My name is Jim Cohen. Jim Cohen. I'm the short guy with the shorts on, and I'm a senior. And my motto is to have a healthy disregard for the impossible. Bernie Sanders should be and will be our candidate for president. I have worked for 25 years for social justice. I'm a public interest advocate for the working poor. Vote for Jim Cohen. Thank you. I've never attended a convention in my life.
My name is Mike Cuff, C-U-F-F, like your shirt cuff. You'll find me on the first column on the list. I'm on page 42 in your program. I'm with Bernie Sanders from the beginning, and I'm going to stay all the way to the end. The Koch brothers, dark money, get under my skin. Bernie's the only guy that's talking about that. I support Bernie fully. My name is Mike Cuff, C-U-F-F.
Ready to go? Hi, my name is Jerry Gilkison. I've been striving for the last over 30 years to get young people, independents, and the underrepresented involved in the DFL party. Thank you all for getting it. There's only one way we're going to get Bernie elected and nominated and endorsed, and that's to convert the superdelegates. These are the superdelegates. They're my friends. I can talk to them. I know them. I want to go to Philadelphia.
My name is Rob Hager from Rice County. I've written on my Huffington Post blog that Bernie can win this thing, and he is going to win this thing, but it's not enough that we're supporting him all the way. We also have to change the rules of the Democratic Party to be democratic. I've been writing about how that can be done. If you want to send someone who's going to be fighting on the floor with a convention that Bernie has said is going to be messy and to be in the middle of that mess and to change those rules so he will win now and not change the rules for the future, then you want to vote for me. Thank you. Rob Hager, H-A-G-E-R.
Hi, I'm John Harbinson. I graduate from high school next week, and I'm proud to have my first vote for caucus for Bernie. I've been grateful to be here and meet all the people and participate in the process, and I appreciate you considering me going forward.
Hi, I'm Ben Hilty. You might know my dad, Bill Hilty, who's a rep in 8A for 16 years. I grew up there. I live in Minneapolis now. We've been hearing a lot about party unity today and about the Democrats in this room. There are a lot of people that aren't in this room, and those are the ones I'm worried about getting. I'm going to vote for Bernie on the first vote and the last vote. My biggest issues, the ones I got elected delegate for, were single-payer health and campaign finance reform. Hillary said, people who have health emergencies...
Hi, I'm State Representative Frank Hornstein, and along with my colleague Karen Clark, we were the first elected officials in the state to publicly endorse Bernie Sanders. I did that because I was inspired to run for public office by Paul Wellstone. We need a president like Paul who represents the Democratic wing of the Democratic Party. When we had a journalist who said, where are the public officials supporting Bernie? We produced a letter with 12 public officials, and we've got more than that in this room today. So I seek your support. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Andrew Lindgren. I'm from CD5 SD62. I'm a Navy veteran, a union worker, and an advocate for the disabled and LGBT. I volunteer for Bernie in Wisconsin and Minnesota, and I will support Bernie all the way. And I would appreciate your vote. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeff Mathwig, spelled M-A-T-H-W-I-N-G on there. It was misspelled. I'm a recent graduate of MSU Mankato. I'm also the son of a receptionist and a United States Army soldier. I'm running because I love Bernie Sanders. I love his authenticity. I love how back in when they were voting for the Iraq War, he voted against it despite popular opinion, despite what people were telling him to do. He's the guy that's going to do what's right, and so I would love to go to the National Convention. I'd love to represent military families. I'd love to make sure that the veterans are getting taken care of. Jeff Mathwig, vote for me.
I'm Jacob Mazurik, SD3. I'm a conservation biologist and graduate student researching Minnesota's wolves. From 2012 through 2013, I lived in the jungles of northern Sumatra and Indonesia, conducting orangutan research and campaigning against palm oil plantations that are encroaching on the last remaining strongholds of these animals. I've seen firsthand the environmental destruction and abject poverty that result from unrestrained crony capitalism and greed. That is precisely why we need to elect candidates like Bernie Sanders that are willing to take a stand and say enough is enough, not everything has a price tag.
His name is Jacob, by the way. Something with an M. My name is Andre Robinson. I just graduated from the U of M. I'm 21 years old, degree in neuroscience. My mom's from Brazil, so something that I've always been aware of is corruption in politics. But since I was 17, I've been advocating for democratic socialism. And that's not going to change one way or another. But to me, this election is about a lot more than social democracy or capitalism. It's about the fight against corruption. And once you see corruption, you can't go back. And that's why there's a Bernie or Bust movement. Thanks, guys. I'm Andre Robinson. Andre Robinson.
My name is Nicholas Snavely. I will support Bernie Sanders all the way in a contested election. I truly believe in the political revolution. I support single-payer health care and overturning Citizens United. My name is Nicholas Snavely. I'm a union member who is against right for work for less. Donate to the Bernie Sanders campaign, and I support Bernie Sanders having our next candidates be selected for the Supreme Court. I advocate for overturning the superdelegates to Bernie, and I'm a Wellstone Action candidate. My name again is Nicholas Snavely, who believes that we all do better when we all do better. Thank you.
How you doing, delegates? I am Paul Chelson, and I am from CD2, where we're going to put Angie Craig back in Congress there. 7:30. Democracy is messy, but it's what it takes. I've been running for about 9 times. Running. It's not what matters how many times I've ran for this, never won. It's that I'm a Democrat, and at the end of the day, I'm still here. I'm also a husband, father of 6, water resources steward, scoutmaster, union boss, veterans advocate, carbon neutral, grass fed.
Hello, I'm Roger Kittleson. I'm from CD2, and I'm the campaign treasurer for Elise Dieslin, who's run against Steve Draskowski and Mazeppa in that beautiful 21B. My background, I'm from Sombrota, Minnesota, a single father of 4 children, a grandfather also. U of M grad. I interned to state capitol in 78 and 80, and I worked with Congressman Rick Nolan in Washington. I was a congressional candidate in Wisconsin in 2008. The issues that Bernie and I have in common, you know what they are. Roger Kittleson.
My name is Caleb Lordson Norby. It's one of the longer names on the list. I'll support Bernie all the way. I recently moved from North Minneapolis, and now I live in Lanesboro. I can help you fill out several criteria, being youth, LGBT, and I'll add small business owner and rural internet entrepreneur who supports a $15 minimum wage, because what's good for my employees is also good for my customers. Again, my name is Caleb Lordson Norby. I ask for your support. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Will Moore. I am from the north side, and I will go for Bernie Sanders all the way, just because I deal with everything that he stands for firsthand. I've been a single father. I have also been harassed by the police all my life. And as you can see, I've been black all my life, and I will continue being black. So, vote for Will Moore.
I'm back. My name is Marvin Innes. I have been a delegate for the DFL for the last 3 years, I think it is. And I want to get to Philadelphia because, like I said before, I believe in the Bernie. I've been door knocking, canvassing, making trips to Iowa, Chicago, lots of telephone calls, and a lot of time spent at Pride Festival and at the State Fair. And I truly am a Bernie believer. I first seen Bernie.
Just a quick announcement. I wanted you to know that we do actually, the tellers that we asked for, we don't need them. We have a staff that's counting them, so we probably will have the female result before maybe even as soon as the men are over. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Keith McLean. I'm from Congressional District 1. 10 years ago, I was told that I would never work again, and in December, I accepted a job from Bernie Sanders as a field organizer for Southern Minnesota. My disability is why I was chosen to be on the slates. I'd like to go to Philadelphia and finish the job, and I thank you for your support. Keith McLean, kind of like John McClane, so thanks.
Hello, I'm Steve Monk. I've been a caregiver for my late wife. I've been a single father for the past 10 years. My daughter is now in her second year of college. I know that hardship can strike anyone at any time, and that's why we need a government that works for everyone, whether you know it or not. I'm a progressive, and I agree with Bernie on all the issues. But there's one that stands out that corrupts all the rest, and that's the big money. We need to get that out. My name again is Steve Monk, and I've worked ever since last summer.
Hello, I'm Paul Oligny. I am a graduate of UW River Falls in Business Finance and Economics. I recently joined the Army National Guard. I am here to create a sustainable, livable, green future for my brothers and sisters. This means an earth free from fracking, offshore drilling, and invest in education and infrastructure. I've given thousands of pro-environment groups and hundreds of Bernie, Tim Canova, who's going to beat DWS, Russ Feingold, Angie Craig, and other progressives. I phoned bank and bled for Bernie door knocking, and will continue the progressive agenda to the National Convention and beyond. Paul Oligny. And throw a vote for Bino. He's running to Philly for Bernie.
Hello, I'm Jack Rosbach from CD4. I'm a single father. I'm a veteran. I share a Nobel Peace Prize. And for me, being a democratic socialist, I finally have a democratic socialist to support. We've worked on the same issues all our lives, and I will not leave Bernie. I've been to 6 states for Bernie. I've been to Iowa. I've been to North Dakota. I've been to Wisconsin. I've been to Illinois. I was on the south side of Chicago, the most dangerous part of an urban area in the city, and I just was in San Francisco and Oakland, and my legs feel the burn.
My name is Brandon Schorsch. I am from Senate District 62. I am now the vice chair. I will be doing this for the next 2 years. Philadelphia is 3 days worth of this, 3 days worth of decisions that aren't just deciding our presidential candidate, they're deciding how we're going to go and help people around this country. I'm from the South. People have been abandoned all across this country because the Democratic Party has abandoned them, only going for blue states. We are fighting not just for ourselves in Minnesota, but for people around this country. My name is Brandon Schorsch.
My name is Soren Sorensen, and I help fill some of the diversity goals of our delegation because I suffer from depression. I receive Social Security disability for brain damage as well as Lyme disease, memory loss from Lyme disease. I have ample time for this convention, and I've spent the last 2 weeks working in California to make sure that we win there by exporting our method of grassroots canvassing. When we're done here, get back on the phones. We're going to win California. Thank you very much.
It was a great honor to be on the slate. Thank you for recognizing towards Bernie campaign, towards my hard work towards Bernie campaign. My name is Ruhel Islam from CD5. Thank you.
My name is Keenan Thompson, KeenanThompson. Don't have much time, but basically I just want to let you know I'm trustworthy. You can rely on me. I'll go there. I'll do what I say I'm going to do. I'm not bullshitting you. And I grew up on a farm. I'm a farm kid, which I think kind of makes me a minority. I'm also native Hawaiian. I grew up on a subsistence farm in Hawaii and also a research farm in North Dakota. So I know how to fix stuff. I know how to do things. I can see the big picture. Please vote for me. Keenan Thompson.
My name is Mike Quitu, and I'm from Duluth. We started working real hard last year for Bernie. We did phone banks, we did door knocks, we did sign waving events in Cloquet, Duluth, and Superior, Wisconsin. I'll stay with Bernie till the end and beyond if I have to, whatever it takes to make him the next president of the United States and keeps the dino out of the White House. Mike Quitu.
Hi, I'm Jerry Whitty, and I'm a Democratic Socialist. I've been working for Bernie since he announced way back when he announced. I'm still working for him today. If you haven't signed the petition to the superdelegates, see me after the vote. Jerry Whitty, W-I-T-T-E. Bernie, you're bust.
Testing. Okay, good. All right. I am Antonio Turley, a high school student who will be graduating this upcoming week in the top 1% of his class and who will be attending the University of Minnesota Twin Cities this fall. Who here is tired of being told, sit down, this primary is over? Because I am. This is our time to talk about what it means to be a Democrat. It is our time to be heard, and that's what you'll get from me down in Philly. Because we're not here to be chilly down in Philly. No, 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 no. We're here to raise the issues. We're here to feel the burn. Antonio Turley. Turkey, but with an L.
Hello, my name is LeVar Stewart, CD 45. I'm here because of Bernie, of course. Bernie is continuing a revolution that started back in 1963 when I was born, okay? So Bernie's been fighting for me since I was a baby before I knew it and stuff, and that's why I want to return the favor and fight for him, okay? One of the things I do as a Teamster and a union person is I vet politicians and stuff, and Angie Craig is one of the people that I vetted a while back before you guys even heard of it, and that's what I do on a continual basis. My name again is LeVar Stewart. Thank you.
All right. I'm not for sale. I'm here because Bernie's not for sale. Everyone counts. Everyone matters. That's what we keep hearing, but not at the DNC. To change that, we need to recognize that every vote matters, every rule matters, every platform resolution matters. And for that reason, I'm endorsing Frank Hornstein, Gabe Aderhall, Rule Aslam, Keith McKay, and Soren Sorensen. Forget me, I'm retracting my application.
Good evening. I'm Dave Wilcox from tiny little Empire Township. I'm a first-time delegate. I'm for Bernie because he's the only candidate that actually has an approval rating. He also embodies Paul Wellstone's mantra that we all do better when we all do better, and he'll be the only candidate that fights against raw, rapacious, unabated greed and the burgeoning wealth gap. I'm also looking forward to 416 weekends at Bernie's new house on Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm Dave Wilcox. I'm on the bottom of your list on the right-hand side. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hassan Safori. I have supported Bernie since before he actually announced, when I heard him on the radio saying he's considering it, and I will support him to the end. I'm a small business owner who believes that the minimum wage should be raised. I am also looking for social justice, single-payer health care, and overturning Citizens United. I want the Democratic Party to take its rhetoric of progressivism and actually act on it. My name is Hassan Safori. I would appreciate your support.
My name is John Nike. That's pronounced that's spelled N-E-I-T-G-E. I'm right in the middle on the ends. I'm 23 years old. I'm from Congressional District 1, Mankato, Minnesota. I'm Venezuelan and Native American, and I'm queer as hell. That being said, I love Bernie Sanders and every single one of his party platforms, but what I want to know is what has everyone here done for him? I let in volunteer hours for the college Democrats for door knocking for Bernie. We debated the college Republicans where I convinced their president that Bernie's plan for universal access to college education was a good idea. I will be there to convince Hillary supporters the same.
My name is Michael Gibino. I'm from CD4, and I realized when I knocked on doors for Bernie in Minnesota and Michigan and Wisconsin and Illinois that the 99% are tired. They are tired, but they want to be inspired. This is what I will do as I run 1,200 miles in 30 days through 6 states all the way to Philadelphia, where I will fight for Bernie and his progressive platforms until the last vote is cast at the National Committee. This run will also raise money for a local nonprofit fighting homelessness, Mile in My Shoes. Thank you, and thank you for your vote to reform the superdelegate system.
Hello everyone, my name is Mike Fedor. I'm from North Minneapolis. I'm 62 years old and I've been involved in the DFL party since I was 6 and proud to be so. I also sit on the State Central Committee currently. I also represent my local on the Minneapolis Regional Labor Federation, IATSE Local 13, the Stagehands, and This Is Our House. Now I don't care how many thousands of ballots they take. I'm with Bernie all the way, 100%. And when that convention is over and we've made our decision, I'm going to fight to our last breath to send Donald Trump back to hell. Thank you.
At the top of your list, you'll see my name, Muhammad Abdurrahman. I was actually named after the greatest. My mom converted to Islam, and so I've got this name. As a person who grew up as a young black guy in the South, hearing Super Predator wasn't particularly good. I believe in the power of education and marijuana legalization, as I've had a lot of people fall by the cracks. I've got a student and several students who are tens and even in one case $140,000 in debt. I will not flip. Bernie or bust.
Hello, good evening my fellow Bernies. My name is Ali, number 6 from the top. I'm here for 2 reasons. I want to let you know I'm officially running for Senate District 55, Shakopee, Jordan, Pearl Lake, and 6 Township. What I'm looking for is your support. I want to carry the Bernie's message. I'm not only supporting Bernie, but I'll be the only one who will run on his platform in Minnesota. I need your vote in Minnesota. I need your support, door knocking. If you send me to Philadelphia, that will elevate my profile. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Those people that did pass out the ballots, will you still proceed over to the head teller? And while they're doing that, I want to read the affirmative action statement again. The DFL seeks to end discrimination and bigotry in all of its forms and to inspire broad participation in our party as part of our commitment to outreach and inclusion. We will take affirmative steps to increase the participation of members of all underrepresented communities. When you vote today, remember this commitment includes electing members of underrepresented communities to positions both within the DFL party and in public office. So take into mind the different affirmative action goals that I had stated earlier. So we are passing out the ballots now, and while we're passing out the ballots, I would like to do one thing to clarify. Can I have your attention while they pass the ballots? Oh yes, thank you. The floor is now frozen. Oh, warning. Okay, we're going to freeze the floor in 20 seconds. 19. 18. What? Oh yes, you'll be voting for 7. Up to 7. 15. 14. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The floor is now frozen. Vote for up to 7. And I think we clarified earlier that the 8th and 9th highest vote getters will be the alternates. And did I specify at all, did we specify at all that if there's any ties, that they'll be settled by a coin flip? Okay. We're voting now, so as soon as we're done voting, we'll make a quick decision on that. And I hope you will follow my advice that if there's a decision between, for example, in the men, between the 7th and 8th place, if there's a tie, the coin flip will decide. And if there's a tie for the 9th and 10th place, and if there's a tie, that'll be settled by coin flip. That's what I'm going to suggest when we're done voting. So please proceed with your voting. And remember to sign the back of your ballot. You can vote for anywhere from 1 to 7 candidates, male candidates on the list. And the groups that passed out the ballots, please start collecting those ballots when they're completed. Has everybody received a ballot? If you haven't, please stand. If you haven't received a ballot, please stand. If you can, or wave your arms aggressively. Do I see one person way back there that doesn't have a ballot? Is that correct? Wave your hand if you haven't got a ballot. Nope, it looks like they have a ballot. So everyone's voting. Oh. Are you coming back? Okay, if you haven't had your ballot picked up, will you please stand? Please stand if you haven't had your ballot. Is that someone standing back there to the right? No. Has everybody, there's a ballot there that needs back in the left-hand side, back left. Can I, ma'am? The guy back there who doesn't have a ballot picked up, please raise your hand. Oh, it's already taken care of. Sorry. I think it's already been received. Has everybody cast a ballot and has it picked up? Okay, now I need your attention very closely. It appears that everyone has voted, so I'm going to unfreeze the floor. And I need a quick action from you. Please listen. Please listen. Okay, we decided that the vote will be that the top 7 men that receive votes will be elected as delegates. And then the 8th and 9th man would be elected alternates. And it's more for the women, of course, but you know the theory. Now, if there's a tie for 7th and 8th place, I would like a motion or a tie between 9th and 10th. I'd like a motion to declare those ties by a flip of the coin. Is there a second? Seeing no discussion? Oh, one on microphone 1.
I have a friendly amendment to that. I'll even donate the coins. I would recommend that we flip at least 4 coins because of the nature of one coin is biased. It's been proven in studies.
I'd like to have the motion change if the person that made the motion will do it by lot and will find the fairest way. Is that okay with the maker of the motion?
Can I make the motion?
Yes, and is it okay with the second? Yes. Okay, we're prepared to vote. New motion. Okay, breaking the ties, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. It's been decided, yes. And so now all of the ballots have been cast. We are having people count them. If you want to wait for the results, of course, we're going to go back into the full convention, and if they are done by then, you will hear the results in the convention. Otherwise, you have to stick around to see if you won, because it's going to be a while for these to be counted. Is there any other business to come before the caucus? There was someone over here. Okay. Okay, I see no more business before the caucus, so I'm going to turn it over to Julie. Thank you very much.
Let's hear a round of applause for Rod for taking on a really big job. Thank you.
I want to thank all, earlier Melvin, thank you, all the tellers, and I want to thank you again, the tellers, sergeant arms, staffers, team masters, and all the volunteers. Thank you so much for all the hard work you guys put up today. Go ahead. Thank you. I just want to say thank you all.
And with that, in about 5 minutes, we will reconvene as a full convention. So go get your friends, bring them all back, and we've got a few more items of business. Thank you. We'll reconvene in about 5 minutes. No, we're done. We're done.
Go ahead.
I want to make correction, not team masters, team masters. Thank you so much. I'm having announcements. County chairs, fair posters are available at the information desk. Please stop by and pick up. I will say it again. County chairs, fair posters are available at the information desk. Please stop by and pick up yours up. Thank you. Please have a seat. I have an announcement. Please have a seat. Thank you, delegates, for coming back. Here are the results for male DNC top 2. Ron Harris, 651 and half. JP Brown, 390.5. That's the 2 male results for DNC. For the top 2 female DNC results are Ellie Zaragoza, 640.5, and Lori Selner, 616. They are the winners for female results on DNC. Thank you.
We are looking for the chair of the nominations committee to be ready to come to the stage. We're not back.
So now, next order of business, our nomination for presidential electors. We're going to ask nomination committees to come forward. Microphone 4. Microphone 4, please identify yourself.
Aaron Booth, CD 6, Senate District 37. I would like to note the absence of a quorum.
We're going to stand down while we get Clinton people back in the room.
Would the Sergeant at Arms please announce in the hallway that we are resuming our business? We will pause for a few minutes to give them time to get back into the room so that we can retain a quorum and continue our business and continue the convention business. Thank you.
I have another announcement. Hillary female DNC results. Delegates and alternatives. Delegates are Liz Delatour, Mayday Vu, Alan Luger, Edna Peterson, Katrina Collin, Andy Whitaker, Claudia Cody, and Marie McCarthy as alternative. Thank you.
Would the delegation chair for SD 42 please meet an alternate that would like to be upgraded right outside by the information desk? So again, SD 42, we're looking to upgrade an alternate. You could meet by the information desk, and if that alternate would also go there, we should be all good. Thank you. Pardon me, we needed the chair of 45, but we'll be back in just a moment to go outside to upgrade your alternate.
I have an announcement. Have a seat, please. I have male Hillary DNC results. I have delegates and alternatives. Delegates are Ahmad Abdul, Zach Peterson, David Tamilson, Mike Arulfo. Did I say it right? Arulfo, yes. And alternative, Patrick Kellinger. Delegates, I just want to say to you all, thank you so much for spending over 12 hours. And because we lost the quorum tonight, I just want to say this will end our state convention 2016. And thank you, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
If you want to, we will announce those Bernie delegates as soon as they come in. If you want to hang around, we'll do that here. But you are free to mingle, and we'll see you on the campaign trail. We are adjourned. We're done.